Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get started. Thank you for coming. So I would like to invite the people who are sitting here at the table to please make their way to the table. You will know the speakers on the script will be called up subsequently who are not at the table at the moment. Our Rio Convention colleagues, EIB and World Bank. We will call you up later. But all other speakers, please come up to the table. We'd like to get started quite immediately. Also, the co-chair, please come to the table.
السلام عليكم. اهلا وسهلا، كيف الاحوال؟ محمود محبين، مبعوث الامين العام للامم المتحده لتمويل التنميه. وانا مستجد الصندوق الزراعي.
gavel, but when it's here, it's...
Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you all. I call to order the ministerial dialogue entitled Unlocking Public and Private Finance for Land Restoration and Drought Resistance. It is my pleasure to welcome the co-chairs for this dialogue, His Excellency Aziz Abdulhakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of Uzbekistan, and His Excellency Pasi Helman, Under-Secretary of State for Development Policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. I first invite Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw, Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Unccd, to deliver welcome remarks.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et bonjour à tous.
Thank you very much, President. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session, which is of critical importance. We are discussing finance and the mobilization of financial resources to combat land degradation. We know that our planet is already severely affected by land degradation. Up to 40% of the world's land is already degraded. We equally understand that our food needs are growing with demographic growth and with the growth in the middle classes. It is estimated that by 2050, we will have to produce 2 times more food compared to the amounts we produce now. We have published a report on financing needs for land restoration. It was just published this very morning. This report has stated that there is a significant lack of some $800 billion, and to meet the needs of land restoration, we will be required to invest $1 billion per day so as to contribute to land restoration by 2030. This figure is quite staggering, but you have to put it into perspective. Compared to the expenses we provide to subsidize activities which are harmful to the environment and which harm the land, which contribute to land degradation, these subsidies equate to $2.6 trillion per year. And therefore, the main issue here is how can we repurpose our investment? How can we rearrange our resources so that we can channel them towards good outcomes rather than negative outcomes? By negative outcomes, I mean activities that harm the environment and lead to land degradation. We have a very interesting panel here today. I won't go into detail, but I'd like to say we do have solutions. We do have tools to contribute to land restoration. And land restoration has several benefits for public health, for the economy, for peoples worldwide. And this investment should be considered as an investment into our future for our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
أشكر الأمين العام.
I thank the Executive Secretary of the Unccd. I now invite the Administrator of the Undp, Mr. Achim Steiner, to deliver opening remarks.
Thank you, Excellency, President of the COP, distinguished ministers, honorable dear fellow panelists, co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address you today as we aim to advance the conversation on some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Here in Riyadh, we are focused on restoring degraded lands and building resilience to drought, and most critically, today, how to unlock finance to address them. Land degradation, desertification, and drought are projected to cost the global economy $23 trillion by the year 2050, a staggering number, but another way of capturing the existential and daily challenges that people are experiencing in economic and financial terms. And with Asia and Africa indeed being the regions that will bear the heaviest burdens. These figures underscore the urgency of action, yet many countries and communities are already demonstrating just what is possible. As so often when we are confronted with these challenges, we are not powerless and nor are we without answers. Indeed, there are countries such as Costa Rica that have doubled their forest cover since the 1980s. Kenya's Greenbelt movement, led at the time by a civil society leader, the Nobel laureate Wangari Maathai, managed to plant over 50 million trees and triggered the planting of billions of trees all across the world. Sometimes it is governments that are required to lead, sometimes it is citizens who have to lead in order for governments and societies to follow. And these successes are instructive in so many ways. They teach us that targeted action, sustained investment can yield remarkable results. To replicate and scale such efforts, financing must support three key objectives: preventing degradation, promoting sustainable land use, and restoring degraded lands. In global discourse, plans often take center stage, with finance subsequently treated as a secondary consideration. And I say that very much in the full awareness of my colleague, Dr. Mahmoud, on my left, who will speak on the many lessons that we have learned from financing and how we sometimes get the order wrong. Finance must become the foundation of our strategies, with clear, actionable agendas for each country and landscape. To drive this shift, we must consider two critical dimensions: the origin of finance and its destination. Because the two, if they don't meet, explain why we are so often spending our time talking about finance and yet unable to agree on how to mobilize it. To meet the scale of the challenge, we must draw on every available resource. Multilateral funds such as the GF, the GCF, and the Adaptation Fund do offer significant opportunities. And as the United Nations Development Programme, we continue to cooperate and stand ready to further assist countries to access and implement these resources. The FIRE database, as we call it, developed by Undp, provides a guide to over 300 sources of financing for nature and sustainable development, because part of our role is also to connect those with finance to those with proposals and opportunities to act. You must also engage, however, other stakeholders. ODA provides public and private sectors, ODA providers, public and private sectors, philanthropy, and even individuals. Because very often land is actually owned by individuals. They are, in this context, a significant group of actors. Public finance offers untapped potential, as evidenced by Indonesia's budget tagging for biodiversity or Colombia's reforms to align agricultural subsidies with sustainability goals. In all of these instances, we in UNDP have learned a lot by working alongside leaders in those two countries. In particular, public finance must de-risk investment in regenerative agriculture and ecosystem restoration, as it did for renewable energy projects 15 years ago, which led to the establishment of new markets, which, by the way, today account for $2 trillion of annual investment. The private sector must also step up and play an enhanced role. De-risking is a way in which we can lower the threshold, but it also requires the private sector to step up. While private finance for nature solutions has reached about $102 billion annually, this remains far, far short of the $200 billion target set by the Global Biodiversity Framework. Initiatives like the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures are helping businesses to assess, or should I say reassess, their environmental impacts and adopt more sustainable practices and corresponding investments. For example, it has helped to make new connections, like in Malaysia, where banks have identified a range of new nature-related risks, such as water deterioration, linked to unsustainable land use, and thereby helping to drive new efforts in this area to invest. Equally important, however, is where finance is directed. Investments must align with bottom-up priorities, combining local knowledge with evidenced approaches and ultimately the ecosystem of actors in the real field of finance and investment within a country and a community. For instance, the integrated national financing frameworks, an offer of the United Nations to assist countries post-COVID to reassess all the financial possibilities, public, private, concessional, national and international, is being supported by the UN and our partners now in 86 countries. It's a way of x-raying the status quo of both the opportunities but also the constraints to actually getting more capital and investments flowing. For instance, consider Mongolia's green livestock loans, which prevent pasture degradation while improving livelihoods and mitigating climate impacts at the same time. Crucially, our experience in UNDP shows that robust key performance indicators are in fact the critical design element to attracting the kind of financing and ultimately also to track progress in a way that satisfies both public constituencies and stakeholders, but also private investors. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, land degradation, desertification and drought fuel disasters, uproot communities and undermine economies, our global economy included. The cost of inaction, as we now know from so many different angles, outweighs by far the investments needed to implement solutions that benefit our global community. And this is not a public policy discourse because indeed, landowners, producers, the agricultural sector, livestock sector, many supply chains in the world can now trace the cost of inaction in their own businesses. Remarkably, we now know that every dollar invested in restoration yields between $7 to $30 in benefits, from increased agricultural yields to disaster risk reduction. Now, if only financial markets would open their eyes and recognize these returns on investment. That is part of our task here in Riyadh, but also through many of the different platforms we have to change that misperception about no return on investment. As we approach the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Sevilla next year, our focus must be twofold: scaling up financial resources and ensuring their strategic and impactful deployment. I hope that also with the announcements that we will see here in Riyadh and began already seeing yesterday, we can create a change in momentum and scale. For UNDP, it is our privilege to be part of this momentum building. Thank you so much.
أشكر مدير برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي لكلمته.
Thank you, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jaza, who is the President of the Islamic Development Bank.
شكرا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Thank you in the name of God, the merciful and compassionate.
High-level event. I extend my gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Nations Convention to combat desertification for their commitment to this vital endeavor. As we gather here, around 2 billion people live in dry lands, and around 50 million people could be displaced by 2030 due to soaring temperatures, deforestation, and ecosystem damage in several parts of the world. These challenges threaten livelihoods, food security, and environmental sustainability, thus increasing the prevalence of poverty and fragility. For over 5 decades, the Islamic Development Bank has been at the forefront of sustainable land management and drought resilience. Our support has expanded since the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement in 2015. I would like to share with you some examples of what the Islamic Development Bank has been doing to support the resource mobilization efforts from both the public and private sectors. Since 2019, we have issued over $5 billion in green and sustainability sukuk, mobilizing private capital from global markets to finance projects that address land degradation, drought, and water scarcity. We have allocated over $6 billion in public sector financing to Unccd-aligned interventions, since 2018. These initiatives include large-scale water infrastructure projects, climate-resilient agriculture programs, and soil conservation measures. To maximize the impact of our investments, we adopt a holistic approach that combines finance with knowledge, capacity building, and technical assistance. We work closely with our member countries to develop innovative solutions and promote best practices. We are also actively engaged in global efforts to address land degradation and drought resilience. For instance, we have partnered with the Unccd to promote the concept of just land transition, ensuring that smallholder farmers and other land-dependent communities benefit from sustainable land management policies. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the challenges we face are immense. By working together, we can create a sustainable future for generations to come. As a multilateral development bank, we must mobilize resources and channel them to where they are needed the most. To demonstrate our commitment, the Islamic Development Bank has pledged at least $1 billion to finance drought resilience activities, contributing to the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership efforts by 2030. We are also eager to join the Arab Coordination Group in making a significant contribution to global efforts to combat land degradation, desertification, and drought. Together, we can build a more resilient and sustainable world. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أشكر معالي رئيس البنك الإسلامي للتنمية على
I thank His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Development Bank, for those remarks. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Abdul Hamid Al Khalifa, who is President of the Opec Fund.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address this distinguished audience today. We commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the COP16 presidency, and the Unccd for their outstanding efforts in making this COP a success. The Opec Fund recognizes that sustainable land management, restoration, and drought resilience are critical to global sustainability and economic stability. These challenges are interconnected with poverty alleviation, food security, and climate action priorities deeply embedded in our South-South mandate since 1976. Opec Fund is dedicated to transformative initiatives that address urgent climate challenges. We have committed to allocating 40% of our financing to climate action by 2030 in our climate action plan. In 2023, we have already achieved 34%. Yesterday, we pledged $1 billion to the Riyadh Drought Resilience Partnership, reaffirming our commitment to combating desertification and scaling up drought resilience efforts. This commitment will play a pivotal role in mobilizing and attracting additional resources from the international community. We applaud the pledges made during these early days of COP16, setting the tone for transformative action. Public and private sectors must align on frameworks to de-risk investments and enhance the attractiveness of sustainable land management and restoration projects. Blended finance mechanisms and innovative instruments are vital to mobilizing private capital. For instance, emerging technologies such as precision agriculture and satellite-based monitoring can optimize land management while providing accountability to investors in alignment with international frameworks such as Unccd. The Opec Fund believes in transformative power of investment that not only mitigate land degradation, but also unlock co-benefits. Together, we can turn the challenges of desertification into opportunities for resilience and growth. Thank you.
أشكر رئيس صندوق أوبك للتنمية الدولية.
I would like to thank the President of the OPEC Fund for International Development for those remarks, and I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Mahmoud Mohyeldin, who is the United Nations Special Envoy for Financing the 2030 Agenda.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellency, President of the COP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to address you today and try to help in the scene setting, as I'm asked to do so, on links between this COP16 as well that happened in Colombia, COP29 that just finished in Azerbaijan, and paving, I hope, the way as well of understanding what we should really be expecting in the Finance for Development Conference in Spain. It seems very simple and extremely difficult coming after the very distinguished speakers before me, the Executive Secretary of the Unccd and the head of Undp, the President of the Islamic Development Bank, and the head of OPEC Fund. But what I'm trying to do is basically trying to get us all to think of a kind of a systems approach. Because what we are discussing here and what we're expecting from this very important COP, to which I very much congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the excellent organization and the facilitation of the participation of governments, private sector, civil society, and global stakeholders, and everybody who's concerned about land restoration and dealing with issues related to drought resilience. But it's all about three things: about the enablers, about finance, about technology, and about behavioral change that can really get us where we should be. And actually, when we see matters related to finance, sometimes aspects related to finance are confused with what we should really be prioritizing when it comes to investment, and what we should really be doing when it comes to debt and debt management, which is actually the silent crisis that are facing countries of the global south. So it's good and refreshing to see that the different heads of the COP, the co-chairs of this COP, and the participants are making these kind of common sense interlinkages between climate, nature, biodiversity, development, and land degradation, desertification, and drought. We know that the average length of drought at 1.5 degrees of warming is half of what it would be at 2 degrees. We know that half of all climate actions are related to land, according to the World Bank Group estimates. We know that land degradation is the single greatest cause of biodiversity loss, according to the Unccd Secretariat. So the interlinkages are very much established, including actually from the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals. We have 5 of them directly related and address the role of land, and the rest are indirectly related. 40% of the world land is degraded, as mentioned by the Executive Secretary of the Unccd, and we need really to deal with issues of concern, especially in some particular regions. I would say in Africa as a continent, we have over 45% of the world's degraded land are in the continent. But there are solutions for those who are willing to consider them. So I would say first on the finance, from both public and private sector is critical enabler for achieving land degradation neutrality through effective land management and restoration. I'd like to draw your attention as well to a very important piece coming from the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, recently launched the Nature Positive Economy Roadmap, which identifies 5 pillars for action to mobilize nature finance, including matters related to land and land degradation. We need to have transition pathways at the level of countries. We need to have better data systems. We need to establish the private markets in relation to what we should really be doing in mobilization of finance to support the public finance efforts. We need to have the international finance institutions supported, mobilized with adequate capital. And of course, there are issues related to trade. I'm glad that I contributed among other experts in developing such roadmap. And now on areas related to technology, we started with finance and then the aspects related to technology. We can accelerate investments related to land management if we are enabling technology and to have it be with us, not against us. Digitally enabled finance models can enhance financial access for vulnerable communities. A first model could be through reaching the unbanked through fintech. Technological solutions such as fintech, the integration of technology in financial services, and linking that to land and land management. There are some well-established models, including for smallholders of farms. There are as well some good work of the multilateral development banks in this regard. The second model, digital technologies for asset finance in the agriculture sector through enabling vulnerable communities to access alternative energy sources. And third model is through facilitation of access to the voluntary carbon markets. And let me here commend the excellent work by our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of getting matters related to vulnerable carbon market seriously, including the recent initiative launched in Baku just a few days ago about capitalizing on the needs of markets, especially when it comes to adaptation, not just in mitigation, when it comes to carbon credit markets. Then, mindful of the time, let me just focus and very briefly on some actionable measures. First, a framework for action. Second, priority action to address current barriers. And then something that I've been working with my colleagues for many years when I was at the World Bank related to land holding and land tenure and land titles. So, first one, projectization through regionalization and localization. When we see the global system is very much challenged by tough geopolitics, by deglobalization, countries normally go to their regional neighbors for better trade, finance, and cooperation. And we see here through an initiative led by the Secretary General and by the DSG of the UN on establishing pipeline of bankable, investable projects, including areas of work when it comes to nature, adaptation, and these localized efforts have recognized the importance of investments in land. The other areas of work related to deep dive on doing the same thing, but deep diving in countries in order to build bankable and investable projects in relation to land. And we have been very much inspired by the work of local communities in their innovative ways on maximizing the productivity of the lands. Then there are priority actions when it comes to finance for development and the conference in Seville. First, on fiscal systems and regulatory policies that need to be revised, domestic resource mobilization in line of reforming budgets. Then we have as well the policies and incentives sent by the regulators and the central bank and financial regulatory authorities in order to make sure that lands and properties for land are being protected. Employing innovative finance mechanisms cannot really happen without this kind of alignment between policymakers, market participants, and the regulators of markets using international standards. I referred before to the work in the carbon markets, and again, we have a good initiative that we're going to be discussing in a few days in Morocco on the African carbon market initiative. So we can really see different work happening in parallel at the same time. A number of priority actions can also be identified in providing concessional finance instruments to developing countries and to deal with this silent crisis when we are dealing with debt and debt relief, and I'm happy to see many good innovation in debt reduction mechanisms in order to reduce debt through debt reliefs and debt swaps. But now we need to go beyond the good work that happened before in countries like Belize, Seychelles, Barbados, but we need really to scale that up and to have that in a more comprehensive framework and to standardize the work. And there is a good reference here from the Bridgetown Initiative on how to do that better going forward. Then finally, in Sharm el-Sheikh, the dichotomy, the false dichotomy between development, climate, adaptation had been really challenged in a good way. And the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda is spelling out opportunities for investments in adaptation, in agriculture, in water management, in food systems, in defending coastal areas, in dealing with deforestation and desertification. The main challenge here that the private sector contribution in this area doesn't exceed so far 3%, so we need to have a better system for enhancing the contributions of the private sector. Then the final part here, and this is the very final one, is basic about what I mentioned related to land and land tenure. Only 30% of the world's population has legally registered rights to their land and home. For most of the world's poor and vulnerable people, securing property rights, including land tenure, are largely accessible luxury. Unless this changes, the Sustainable Development Goals and our efforts here in this COP16 will be impossible to achieve. If we have the property rights related to land fixed, if we have the tenure protected, if we have all of what is needed for land and land management supported, I think we can really have matters related to public support, private sector support, fully aligned. Having said that, I'm confident that the interventions from the esteemed ministers and the high-level stakeholders and investors will shed more light on the practical obstacles facing the unlocking of public and private finance for land restoration and drought resilience, as well as on how best to leverage existing opportunities in light of recent best practices, collaborative initiatives, and experiences that include legislative, fiscal, monetary, regulatory, administrative, and capacity building measures. Thank you so much.
أشكر مبعوث الأمم المتحدة الخاص المعني بتمويل خطة عام 20.
I would like to extend my thanks to the United Nations Special Envoy for financing the 2030 agenda. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Simon Steele in order to make his opening remarks.
Should I try?
Let's see if this works. Yes, it does. So good morning to all. So excellencies, friends. I had the opportunity to speak to Ibrahim just before the start of this session. And with COP29 Baku still very, very fresh in all of our minds, I told him to take strength and hope in terms of the high expectations that exist here in Riyadh, specifically in the area of finance pertinent to this session, that with high expectations, progress can be made. So, excellencies, friends, Baku gave us a breakthrough. The climate finance goal every country in the world agreed to, which, if delivered, will be an insurance policy for humanity. And this is not at a moment too soon. We know the systems that sustain life on Earth are under threat. Land restoration, drought resilience, and climate change are inextricably linked. Therefore, we must make sure that this insurance policy is comprehensive, that this investment addresses the challenges that are in front of all of us, and that premiums are paid in full and on time. Riyadh marks the third moment in this year's Rio Trio COPs. Now is the time to marshal the resources the world needs to restore land and rebuild and build resilience against droughts. That means investing in sustainable land management, for example, in nature-based solutions and reforestation. Investing in communities, in smallholder farmers and small and medium enterprises that want to act and adapt, sustaining their livelihoods through integrated solutions, and learning from the experience and effort of local communities around the world, multiplying the wins their ingenuity opens to us all. Public finance, MDBs, and private finance all have crucial roles to play here. Working in tandem, these different funding streams can increase impact and help more people. We must make sure that these funds are deployed smartly and transparently, in tandem with the right policies, with ambitious NDCs, NAPs, LDNs, MBSAPs, the climate, environmental, and development plans that I believe will be at the core of our responses to the many environmental and economic challenges that we face. It's important we think not one project at a time, but of all projects as part of holistic programs, focusing on priorities that respond to the concrete needs of real people in the real economy. The synergies between the three conventions are undeniable. The good this investment can do to improve lives and livelihoods must not be forgotten or abandoned. Now is the time to translate the incremental work of years of negotiations into action on the ground. No matter what, we must not forget the human faces of those depending on these outcomes. There is no time to delay. I thank you.
أشكر الأمين التنفيذي لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ لكلمته. والآن أدعو معالي رئيس البنك الإسلامي.
I would like to thank the Executive Secretary of Unfccc for his comments, and I now call on Development Bank President.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
May the peace of God rest with you.
That I address you here today in my home city of Riyadh. On behalf of the heads of the Arab Coordination Group institutions, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to addressing the global challenges of land degradation, desertification, and drought. Collectively, at the ACG, the Arab Coordination Group, first, we note with grave concern the widespread impact of land degradation, desertification, and drought, which undermines socioeconomic development and stability. Second, we acknowledge the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in advancing important global initiatives, such as the Saudi Greening Initiative, the Middle East Green Initiative, and the G20 Global Land Initiative. Third, we recognize the necessity of collective global action in addressing land degradation through restoration efforts, drought preparedness, and resilience building. Fourth, we reaffirm our commitment to support the global agenda for land protection and restoration in alignment with the objectives of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification. Fifth, we commend the efforts under the G20 Global Land Initiative, the Nature Solutions Finance Hub, co-sponsored by the Opec Fund and the Saudi Fund, the 5-year flagship initiative led by the Ag Fund, Badia, and the Islamic Development Bank, and the Innovation Commission for Climate Change, Food Security, and Agriculture, which is to be announced during the COP16 and other regional initiatives, which aim to bring together international resources and expertise to combat desertification and land degradation. We recognize the importance of developing innovative and scalable solutions to enhance food security and strengthen climate resilience for vulnerable communities worldwide. Sixth, we call upon the global community to unite and scale up their support for land restoration efforts and sustainable land management, and we support the creation of international platforms for knowledge sharing and capacity building. Seventh, we reiterate the urgent need for coordinated global action for organizations and communities to work together to protect and restore the planet's land resources for the benefit of current and future generations. Eighth, we reaffirm our collective determination to contribute to the restoration of degraded land, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa and the Sahel regions, and to ensure that the legacy of COP16 under the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia paves the way for a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive future for all. Ninth, and finally, recognizing the critical role of finance in advancing these efforts, we commit to allocate up to $10 billion in financing approvals by 2030. This will be drawn primarily from the $50 billion pledge that we made in Riyadh in November 2023 to support resilient infrastructure and inclusive societies across Africa, and from the $24 billion climate finance commitment made at COP27 in November 2022, and from the $10 billion food security action package announced in June 2022. These funds will target global land restoration, desertification prevention, and nature-positive development projects aligned with the objectives of the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership. Financing will be provided in accordance with each member's bylaws and regulations. This investment will play a pivotal role in mobilizing additional resources from the international community, scaling up innovations and nature-based solutions, and enhancing resilience to climate impact. Ultimately, it aims to benefit populations and ecosystems globally, with a particular focus on the wider Sahel region. Thank you very much, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أشكر معالي رئيس البنك الإسلامي للتنمية لإلقاء كلمة بالنيابة عن مجموعة التنسيق.
I would like to thank you for your statement. I would now like to invite Ms. Astrid Schomaker, the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, to make remarks.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, the 3 executive secretaries of the Rio Conventions are talking to you, and they talk very much with one aligned voice and with one message. And maybe Achim Steiner has summarized it very well when he spoke and said, you know, if you leave finance as an afterthought, you are in trouble. So finance is important. We saw it at our COP16 in Cali, which was suspended, with our resource mobilization strategy not yet agreed. So we will continue to do that at the end of February in Rome at the resumed COP16 of the CBD COP. And it is clear, I think, to all of us that as we confront this increasingly existential crisis of land degradation, climate change, biodiversity loss, compounded by pollution, that targeted economic measures are necessary. And we also all know that money does make the world go round, but it is often misdirected and causing more harm than good. So achieving transformative change from our perspective, yes, it does require mobilizing financing from diverse sources, including multilateral institutions, climate funds, philanthropic contributions, private investments. Governments must leverage those resources while fostering international collaboration to fill funding gaps, and those funding gaps remain significant. However, and I would really like to stress that we also need subsidy reform and effective fiscal incentives to make meaningful progress, addressing the deep-rooted drivers if we are to achieve land degradation neutrality, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Agreement, and of course the SDGs. And the important thing is here, those deep-rooted drivers are very much the same drivers for all the crises we try to address, and they are rooted in our fundamentally unsustainable consumption and production patterns. So globally, unsustainable subsidies in agriculture, water, and energy sectors perpetuate land degradation and exacerbate drought impacts, undermining ecosystem integrity and ultimately our own resilience. So reforming those subsidies to incentivize sustainable practices is not only a financial necessity, but also an environmental imperative. Governments must repurpose subsidies to promote regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, and water-efficient technologies, directly aligning with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework's Target 18. And if I may recall, governments have committed here to redirect or eliminate harmful subsidies to the order of $500 billion annually by 2030. So let's do that, and let's hold each other to account. And as we look to individuals to take pro-biodiversity and pro-land measures, we ask all countries to consider measures such as tax breaks, grants, and low-interest loans that can encourage investments in land restoration. These tools enable farmers, businesses, and communities to adopt nature-based solutions like reforestation, soil conservation, and wetland management and restoration. All three Rio Convention secretariats can support this by helping to identify best practice and connecting actors across societies and borders. And of course, we need robust frameworks to institutionalize these reforms. Governments must enable and establish clear policies that define restoration goals, align subsidies with biodiversity, climate, and land degradation neutrality targets, and enforce sustainable land use practices. And regulatory measures should include, of course, monitoring systems to track subsidy impacts and incentivize compliance. Legal frameworks can safeguard restored lands, ensure long-term sustainability, while protecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, so that all, especially the private sector, know where the journey is going, because we believe the private sector is willing to come on board, but they need clear direction. So, and as Undp has reminded us, the private sector does have a pivotal role in scaling up land restoration and drought management efforts. And that is, of course, direct investments, but also investing more in sustainable supply chains, greater transparency, green technologies, and partnering with governments in public-private initiatives. And of course, we're also looking to financial institutions to develop innovative instruments that support and reward companies to achieve restoration targets. And lastly, effective subsidy reforms must synergize with national biodiversity strategies and action plans. So as we said before, we have there a clear target. The integration here ensures alignment with broader environmental and social priorities, such as poverty alleviation, food security, climate mitigation, and adaptation. And yes, subsidies are a complex issue to address, but if the realignment, the repurposing is done well, this must be done with social objectives in mind. So in conclusion, we need to rectify how we value nature, and if we are to address these existential crises, by aligning these reforms with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and integrating them into holistic policy frameworks, we can achieve a resilient future that supports both people and planet. Thank you very much.
أشكر الأمين التنفيذي لاتفاقية التنوع البيولوجي على كلماتها.
We thank Her Excellency, the Executive Secretary of the CBD. I would like to now invite Mr. Abdel Falah to take the floor. The Foreign Minister in Saudi Arabia.
جزيلا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله.
I thank you in the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. In the name of the Prophet Muhammad.
And gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. I was meant to open this track and this session today. I apologize for not being here from the outset because I was engaged in a different event across town for which I was also speaking. But let me, on behalf of my government, on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, extend our distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to this high-level dialogue on Finance Day at the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification Conference of the Party COP16. And I believe it's quite appropriate for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is around 40% desert and is located at the center of the largest desert belt stretching from Western China to Western Africa, to host this crucial conference addressing desertification. We meet, ladies and gentlemen, to address an urgent challenge. We all share living on this one earth. Thus, we must work together to confront the stark realities of drought, desertification, and land degradation, which result from and in a vicious circle lead to severe shortages of water and food, and to extremely dry and harsh weather, which eventually means literally no life. And in our religion, in our Holy Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيًّا. And we made from water every living thing. So I want to take a few minutes now just to set out what I believe are the 5 key imperatives that governments are faced with in addressing this great challenge, and indeed turning it into an opportunity for the private sector and for finance, and what we need to do in order to unlock the full potential of other actors, including, of course, pools of capital and the private sector actors. First, governments need to set a clear vision and establish a national unity of purpose around the urgency of land and water preservation. Saudi Arabia is actively working to integrate sustainable land management into our national vision, which is Vision 2030, and turning that into a development agenda. Vision 2030 says, and I quote, "At the heart of our vision is a society in which all enjoy a good quality of life, a healthy lifestyle, and an attractive living environment." And our vision explicitly sets out policies around how to manage our water and our land in a sustainable way. Which brings me to the second imperative, which is that vision is not enough. The second imperative is that governments must underpin this vision with a clear policy framework. And in Saudi Arabia, as I'm sure you heard yesterday, we have set out a number of policies and laws to protect our natural environment, which include issuing the General Environment Law, developing the National Strategy for the Conservation of Biological Diversity, setting out a clear policy on water usage, and establishing strict regulations and enforcement and implementation around hunting. Third imperative is that governments need to launch catalytic programs to inspire stakeholders and to coalesce action, an action agenda around these catalytic programs. In Saudi Arabia, as you have heard, we have launched the Saudi Green Initiative, which is holding a parallel summit as we speak, which alongside other goals seeks to plant 10 billion trees across the kingdom, rehabilitate 40 million hectares of degraded land to restore ecosystems and combat desertification, and increasing the number and size of nature reserves to conserve biodiversity and prevent land degradation. We've also established a network of more than 100 protected land and sea zones that represents more than 10% of Saudi Arabia's total land mass, and created the Wildlife Conservation Fund. These efforts are also extending into catalytic programs around research and development, and there are many institutions doing this, but one that I'm closely associated with is KAUST, one of our top universities, which has been leading global research into developing desert and arid agriculture, and this research has already led to the development of startup companies implementing those technological advances. Examples include Tiraxi, which is turning sandy soil into forever fertile soil through its carbo soil technology. Another company is Lyris, formerly known as Red Sea Farms, a pioneering agri-climate technology company which is helping to tackle challenges such as water scarcity and soil health. Fourth is governments have a key role to play in bringing together local and international partners to collaborate to address the challenge we're talking about in this COP. We in Saudi Arabia have put international collaboration, such as our landmark Middle East Green Initiative, mentioned a few minutes ago by His Excellency Mohammed Al Jasser. This initiative aims to grow 50 billion trees in addition to the 10 billion committed to by the Kingdom across the Middle East, and has been endorsed already by 15 countries across the region, and of course it has all of the implementation governance in place. Because we know that many of the challenges we are seeking to address can only be addressed in concert. And these challenges, as we also know, have no borders. And we've been particularly focused on the issue of water access and desertification. Yesterday, we launched the Riyadh Global Partnership Initiative to combat drought, which aims to enhance multilateral efforts to combat droughts across the world, with specific support for those most vulnerable and needy. And we are backing this initiative, of course, with 150 million. Fifth and most important imperative for our dialogue in this track today is mobilizing finance. This is, of course, as we've heard from the opening remarks by others, is a massive challenge. The Unccd's recent financial needs assessment launched this morning reveals that approximately 1 billion per day is required to enable countries to reach their land degradation neutrality target. At the same time, government resources are, of course, and as we all know so well, are finite, and global public debt is currently reaching 90% of GDP, which is a risky level. So we need to mobilize private capital from different sources. The good news, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is that the future of global finance is green. By harnessing the power of sustainable finance, we create a more equitable and resilient economy with the right support and de-risking in place by governments. If we do that, the space we're talking about, the challenge we're talking about, is very much an investable opportunity. There is a growing pool of capital globally that is looking for green investment opportunities like what we're talking about in this COP. The global green finance market was worth more than $4 trillion last year, and the market is expected to grow significantly in the years to come. Globally, there has been a rapid increase in the number of sustainable finance funds and ETFs, providing investors with a variety of options to invest in sustainable projects. A whole range of innovative financial instruments are emerging to channel capital towards sustainable projects with green and social bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, impact investing, and blended finance, all becoming increasingly popular and in great demand by investors. The public sector, of course, as I mentioned repeatedly, has a critical role to play in enhancing and attracting and catalyzing these financial solutions, helping to find more ways to connect that capital with investment opportunities. And in Saudi Arabia, as I will illustrate briefly, we have taken a lead in this area. This matters because we see a growing demand in Saudi Arabia for capital. Our national investment strategy overall targets over $3 trillion in investment in the remainder in this decade, starting a few years ago, and still to be achieved by the end of this decade. And we believe a big part of that will be green capital eligible. More projects such as the NEOM and Red Sea Global are set to be entirely powered by renewable energy, and their water will be also entirely sustainable, desalinated and recycled, and will include major projects in areas such as sustainable tourism and water preservation. Additionally, and in order to unlock that global capital pool, we have seen several innovative financial deals in Saudi Arabia, including, but not limited to, Saudi Arabia has the largest share of GCC, ESG bond and sukuk and syndicated loan volumes with over 40 billion over the last 5 years already issued. For example, our Sovereign Wealth Fund, the PIF, was the first such fund, Sovereign Wealth Fund, to issue green bonds in 22 and 23 with a combined total of $8.5 billion. Likewise, in 2020, Credit Agricole successfully structured the first green export credit agency loan for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of the supply of about 1,000 buses that are this week busy in Riyadh as we just launched our sustainable mobility project for Riyadh. And we've also much more to come. I can tell you that in the area of water desalination, water treatment, water reuse. We have at least a defined deal flow of $30 billion across 22 identified projects that will be taken to the market. And we believe this is an example of what can be done globally to mobilize green capital to water and sustainability and desertification project. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there has been great progress achieved so far in the area you are talking about today. But in my opinion, we are still a long way from the finish line. I therefore urge you to be bold, creative, and collaborative as we join together to address this challenge and unlock the investments our countries and our land need. There is much to ponder and the opportunities are huge, but we must keep in mind that what is at stake in this challenge is quite literally, as I said in the beginning of my remark, the survival of human life, no less. Because as I mentioned earlier, without land, without water, without sustainability, there will be no life. The response to this challenge is in our hands, all of us here in this room and in the rest of the global investment community, which I'm happy to say are ready to collaborate. And I therefore wish this conference, I wish all of us and these efforts the very best of fortune. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أشكر معالي وزير الاستثمار السعودي على كلمته.
I thank His Excellency Khalid Al Falih, Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia. I now invite the Vice President of the European Investment Bank to take the floor, Ms. Gelsomina Villiotti.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for the European Investment Bank to join you at COP16 as an accredited observer to the Unccd for the first time. We have been committed to investing in the priorities of the Convention for many years, and we are delighted to be here to share our experiences and insights with you. To scale up investments in sustainable land management, public and private sectors must address key challenges together. Overcoming market failure and investment barriers in agriculture and forest-based sectors is crucial for tackling deforestation, land degradation, and drought through sustainable practices. Collaboration and strategic investments are key to promoting sustainable land management and achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Partnership with governments, NGOs, and the private sector are essential to address unsustainable land use practices. At the same time, indigenous and local communities play a crucial role in nature conservation and sustainable livelihoods, and their involvement is vital. Governments need to continuously reassess policy frameworks to ensure they are fit for purpose and aligned with the new challenges. Policy reforms can create systems where farmers and foresters derive immediate financial benefits from conserving and restoring land fertility while preparing for droughts. Examples include frameworks for payment for ecosystem services, bonus-malus systems in taxation, or targeted grant incentives. Multilateral development banks, such as the European Investment Group, can facilitate private capital mobilization through de-risking instruments and partnership to broaden investment opportunities. As a public institution of the European Union, the European Investment Bank financing is driven by strong contribution to public policy goals. The bank is well anchored in the relevant European Union and international policy developments and commitments, playing a leading role in the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, mobilizing financing that contributes to all the three Rio Conventions. The European Investment Bank has been very active in financing sustainable agriculture and forestry landscape restoration investments worldwide. We are committed to supporting Unccd-aligned goals, recognizing the critical importance of addressing drought resilience, land degradation, and desertification. We have a significant track record in supporting sustainable land management and restoration, investing about 5 billion euro annually in the bioeconomy, with 1 billion euro supporting Unccd objectives. Our approach is rooted in additionality, meaning our financing catalyzes projects that would not otherwise be undertaken. The EIB's Sustainability Awareness Bonds channel funds towards projects that contribute to biodiversity conservation and ecosystem restoration. Our projects are backed by robust environmental and social safeguards, promoting sustainable land management practices, biodiversity conservation, and climate resilience. We prioritize investment that benefit local communities, ensuring long-term viability and fostering income generation and employment. A prime example is the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, an initiative launched by the Unccd, where the EIB's cornerstone investment has helped rehabilitate to date over 138,000 hectares of degraded lands, targeting over 350,000 hectares by 2033. Another example is the EIB's 150 million euro investment in Côte d'Ivoire, aiming to restore more than 180,000 hectares of degraded forest, enhancing biodiversity and local livelihoods. To enhance access to finance, public financing institutions such as the European Investment Bank can address the challenge by providing technical assistance, capacity building, and risk mitigation measures. By improving the quality and quantity of available information and assisting in project structuring, the upstream advisory work can indeed facilitate bankable investments. In conclusion, the commitment of the European Investment Bank to promoting sustainable restoration and encourages the development of a blended finance mechanism to leverage private sector investment alongside public funding. By supporting revenue-driven projects with sound business models, we not only address environmental challenges, but we also ensure long-term sustainability and economic growth in rural areas. Let us use this COP16 as a platform for fruitful discussion and collaborative actions to address these pressing challenges. Together, we can build a sustainable and resilient future for all. Thank you very much.
I thank the EIB Vice President. And now I invite Ms. Valerie Hickey, Director at the World Bank, to deliver icebreaker remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mr. President. And may I start by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this third Rio Trio COP And I know many of us have been on this COP train all autumn, and we're very much looking forward to being here. As Unfccc Executive Secretary Steele said, this is the third of the 3 COPs to include a finance day, because we need to talk about money to battle the environmental and economic crises that are pushing millions of people into poverty, and that when combined with the debt and the cost of living crises are simply making life miserable for millions. That's not good enough. But too often at these COPs, when we have Finance Day, the focus on finance is all about innovation. It's all about international finance. And yes, those matter, but they're not enough. I actually propose that instead, the World Bank, we think that if we are to get to scale at the speed that's necessary to lift people out of misery, we have to focus on systems, just as Special Envoy Mohildin said, and especially on the 2 systems that underpin each economy, which are first and foremost domestic public budgets, and second, private capital. When it comes to domestic resource mobilization, I was very glad to hear the CBD Executive Secretary Schumacher talk about subsidies, because they are the financing spigot in the room that is the largest of all. Just in terms of agricultural subsidies a year, $635 billion are spent. And in many areas where land degradation is happening, those subsidies are spent on fertilizers. And those fertilizer inputs are not working. For every 10% increase in fertilizer, often the increase on food production on farm is negligible. But there is an increase on every farm in terms of ill health. Those farming families are getting sick. It makes no sense at a time when governments are broke, when there is so little money, that money is being wasted on accelerating land degradation and creating a public health emergency. Instead, those subsidies can be repurposed. That doesn't mean taking them away. It can mean giving the same amount of money to the same families, but to do things that increase land resilience, improve food security, and improve people's health. That's the triple bottom win. When it comes to the private sector, UNDP Administrator Steiner said, we have to have the private sector step up, and that's correct. But that means we need to step in to help them do that, and particularly to bring domestic capital markets, everybody's local bank, to the table. Because we need them to lend to their customers, to invest in their land, to invest in supply chains. We can no longer displace and distort local capital markets by financing green projects through separate funds that end up robbing these banks of their customers and robbing their customers of the ability to build their credit history so that they can access long-term cheap capital. That's the capital that makes the world go around, and it's capital that is not at the table today. We have to do better. We have to get domestic capital markets, local banks, in the fight to build green economies. And finally, yes, international public finance does remain critical to unlock both of these solutions. But we have to say something serious about this. It has to do with access. Repurposing subsidies is hard. Shifting private capital is hard. You know what's not so hard or shouldn't be? Streamlining access to international public finance, particularly the finance that is sitting in green vertical funds that is available explicitly to help the poorest countries deal with desertification, drought, and land degradation. We have to simplify the paperwork. We have to streamline that paperwork. And at the World Bank, we commit that we will do this, we can do it, because we must do it. Because as His Excellency, the Minister, rightly said, the future of finance has to be green. Thank you.
أشكر مديرات البنك الدولي على
I thank the director at the World Bank for these remarks, and now I hand over the conduct of the meeting to the co-chairs, and I wish you a most productive deliberation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Expressing sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Unccd Secretariat for excellent organization of COP16 and today's event. This is a platform where we come to realize that the challenges we are facing are shared by all of us. This collective action and joint efforts lie at the heart of possible solutions to these challenges. In Uzbekistan, a country profoundly shaped by its arid environment, we understand that restoring degraded lands and building resilience to droughts are not just environmental imperatives. They are essential for the well-being of our people and the prosperity of our region. Our commitment is clear. Uzbekistan aims to restore over 2 million hectares of degraded lands by 2030. Aligned with our strategies with Unccd land degradation neutrality goals and ensure sustainable livelihood for vulnerable populations. Over the past 5 years, we have allocated over $1 billion from the national budget for sustainable land management and afforestation initiatives. Despite these efforts, financing gaps persist globally. Scaling up these ambitions requires robust financing mechanisms and innovative partnerships. Despite these efforts, financing gaps persist globally. We are calling for increased global financing flows aligned with national development strategies and specifically target the issue of land. It is clear that restoring degraded lands and building resilience to drought requires significant financial resources that often exceed national budgets. This is why robust financing mechanisms and innovative partnership easing access to international financing is vital for ensuring the success of our collective efforts. It is important that access to funds is simplified, optimizing application and approval processes. Grant-based funding needs to be increased, especially for projects with long-term environmental benefits but limited financial returns. Support in the technical assistance to develop bankable projects aligned with donors' requirements. Innovative financing mechanisms and tools are expanded, including blended finance, debt for nature swaps, and green bonds to mobilize additional resources while reducing risk for both donors and recipients. Uzbekistan has already demonstrated its capacity to manage international financing efficiently. Our partnership with international financial organizations have resulted in successful afforestation projects in the Aral Sea region, transforming degraded lands into ecosystems that benefit both people and nature. We have invested in advanced irrigation systems, reducing water use in agriculture and increasing resilience to drought. But with easier and faster access to international funding, we can do much more. Uzbekistan stands ready to expand these efforts and to serve as a hub for regional collaboration in Central Asia. Investing in land restoration and drought resilience is not just an environmental obligation, it is a smart economic choice. Every dollar investment in land restoration brings benefits ranging from enhanced agriculture productivity to improved water security and climate adaptation. Uzbekistan stands ready to lead by example, leveraging state and private investment to transform degraded lands into thriving ecosystems and resilient communities. Excellencies, dear ministers, dear colleagues, I'm pleased today to serve as your co-chair for this ministerial dialogue together with His Excellency Pasi Helman, Under-Secretary of State for Development Policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. And now I open the floor for statements by ministers and other high-level representatives. Delegations are kindly reminded to keep their statements concise and limited to no more 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes, please. I would like to draw your attention to the concept note that was circulated with contained guiding questions for dialogue today. And now, with a big pleasure, I would like to give the floor to Minister from Kazakhstan. Please, Mr. Nisimbayev, floor is yours. Followed next by Jordan and Lesotho. Thank you.
Спасибо. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, allow me to convey my gratitude for the very warm welcome and the outstanding organization of this event. Land restoration and drought resilience are some of the most significant challenges for Kazakhstan and the whole global community. Against the backdrop of climate change, droughts and land degradation jeopardize food security, biodiversity, and sustainable development. Kazakhstan is a leading producer of agricultural goods in Central Asia and is the 9th largest country in the world, with a surface area of 272.5 million hectares. Therefore, my country prioritizes the effective use of financial and natural resources to rise to these challenges. We actively support international initiatives, including the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. Jointly with the Food and Agriculture Organization, Kazakhstan carries out projects to restore degraded land and to roll out drought-resilient technology. Under these initiatives, 4 major projects have already been launched, with investment totaling over $5 million, financed by the Global Environment Facility. The first project is aimed at supporting the promotion of sustainable soil resource governance under the Global Soil Partnership. The second project is on agroforestry reclamation to ensure climate resilience and restore rangeland in my country. The third project is on integrated natural resource management in drought-prone and salinized agricultural lands in Central Asia and Turkey. The fourth project is on integrated natural resource management to improve ecosystem and biodiversity conservation in southern Kazakhstan. These projects help the people of Kazakhstan adapt to the changing climatic conditions and foster agricultural resilience. Kazakhstan is implementing a national project for the development of the agro-industrial complex, spanning 2021 to 2025. This project is designed to entrench sustainable agricultural technologies, to upgrade irrigation systems, to monitor the state of agricultural land, to create digital maps using the Geographic Information System technology. Pursuant to the Paris Agreement commitments, by 2027, my country will plant 2 billion trees, including 839 saplings which have already been planted. This is a large-scale project which is designed to strengthen ecological resilience and restore the balance in the ecosystems. Kazakhstan is improving its legal basis to fight drought for carbon trading. This is incentivizing international and national investors to take part in land restoration projects. Moreover, Kazakhstan takes an active part in global initiatives such as the Bonn Challenge to restore landscapes. This demonstrates a readiness to engage in international cooperation. Land restoration and drought resilience requires pooled efforts and the mobilization of all available resources. Kazakhstan stands ready to share experience and intensify engagement with international partners. Only through joint actions can we preserve our ecosystems and deliver a sustainable future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazakhstan. Dear colleagues, delegation whose microphones do not turn green when requesting the floor are asked to raise their nameplates, please. And next, I give you floor to Jordan. Please, floor is yours.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Thank you, President, co-chairs. I would like to reiterate my thanks and gratitude to the brotherly Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the generous hospitality and the great organization of COP16 of the Unccd. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the issue of rehabilitation of land and increasing drought resilience is one of the main challenges that are faced by many countries, particularly in our region, given the effects of climate change that are accelerating, as well as the unpredictability of rainfall. We need for concerted international action in order to ensure that the needs are fulfilled and that there is enough financing to ensure that there is an ability to restore land and to mitigate the impact of climate change by rehabilitating degraded land and ecosystems and ensuring sustainable financing and a transition to climate financing. In order to rehabilitate our deteriorated land and to ensure that we are resilient, we need to consolidate international efforts for a sustainable future that will benefit the up-and-coming generations. Jordan, in the previous years, has been committed to implementing a number of programs, initiatives, and plans to mitigate the effects of drought and restoring degraded land. And we have implemented the project to neutralize land degradation, to increase agricultural productivity and support farmers, and targeting the crops, as well as increasing food security and supporting smallholders and transitioning to sustainable agriculture and benefiting the targeted segments within farmers and increasing the general consciousness about the importance of sustainability and resilience. And in order to fulfill our commitments, we have to indicate here Article 20 of the Unccd, in addition to mentioning the importance of the fund for neutralizing the land degradation and the importance of its role in supporting leading projects in developing countries to control and make sure that land degradation is in check and drought resilience is increased. And in addition to the importance of finance, we have to insist on mobilizing the necessary financing for the three Rio agreements, Unfccc, Unccd, and the CBD, in addition to mobilizing the dedicated funds, including the Loss and Damage Fund. The said agreements are all interlinked. We cannot talk about land degradation without talking about climate change and its effects, and also the impact on biodiversity. The support needs to be facilitated, transparent, available, and affordable, and in the form of grants, not as additional credit that will then be borne by the developing countries as a burden.
Thank you, Jordan. Now I'd like to give a floor to Lesotho. Please, floor is yours.
Mr. President, distinguished ministers, I have the honor of addressing you today on behalf of Lesotho and in strong alignment with the African group to share our commitment to addressing land degradation, drought resilience, and the urgent need to mobilize the financial resources required to achieve these goals. I express my gratitude to Unccd Secretariat, whose dedication is instrumental in our collective efforts. Lesotho joins the African group in recognizing the vital role of all technical and financial partners who support African countries in tackling land degradation. Yet, much more must be done to address the escalating crisis facing our land and people. Your Excellency, the African group has been vocal in its call for increased sustainable financing for land restoration and drought resilience. The financial architecture supporting the Unccd must be strengthened to meet the demands of the worsening global land degradation and desertification crisis, which impacts over 1 million hectares each year. The current resources available for short covering only about 20% of the funding needed to achieve land degradation neutrality targets by 2030. Lesotho underscores the African position in emphasizing that we cannot reach this ambitious goal without a comprehensive financing solution that reflects the gravity and urgency of our institution. Mr. President, distinguished ministers, in Lesotho and across Africa, the impacts of drought and desertification disrupt Lesotho livelihoods, threaten food security, and challenge the ecosystems and community resilience. Our experiences highlight the need for a robust financial system to enable long-term planning and investment. We call for focused action that can bridge the financing gaps. Fund to combat the desertification and building drought resilience, a fund with predictable resources is vital for planning and implementing the transformative projects necessary to restore degraded land and build community resilience. Strengthening global financial partnership, Lesotho calls for expanded and formalized partnerships between the Unccd and key financial bodies like the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, and the Green Climate Fund, GCF, as an increased and dedicated allocation for drought, coupled with the involvement of Unccd focal points in decision-making, will better align.
I really apologize, but because we should keep the time, and could you please conclude your statement, please?
Your Excellency, Mr. President, COP16 must serve as a turning point, a platform for urgent and transformative actions. Lesotho affirm a substantial reliance and predictable financial mechanism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Lesotho. I now hand over the conduct of the meeting to my colleague from Finland, please.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, I'm pleased to serve as your co-chair for this ministerial dialogue, and I thank His Excellency Aziz Abdulhakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of Uzbekistan, for his role as co-chair. Let me also very briefly express gratitude to our host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as to Unccd for generous hospitality and excellent arrangements for the meeting. And let me also offer some very brief remarks on the topic of today's session, unlocking public and private finance. As global funding needs are growing, we believe that it's crucial to find ways to expand the sources of finance and further mobilize funding from all sources to enhance drought management. There are synergies between the Rio Conventions, and they must be enhanced in respect to finance as well. Desertification and land degradation, biodiversity loss and climate change are deeply interconnected, and tackling them simultaneously can create also needed efficiencies and, most importantly, impact on the ground. We know that more public money is needed, but we also wish that more non-traditional donors, emerging country donors, would be in a position to support the most vulnerable developing countries. Traditional official development assistance is not sufficient, but it could be and should be used on a grant basis for highly concessional public funding and aiming to those most in need and used to leverage additional funding. We actually need to use our public funds more smartly to facilitate unlocking of other financing. The role of developing finance institutions is essential to raise finance, but equally it's important that countries provide enabling environment for the investments and enhance their domestic revenue mobilization. With this comment, I again open the floor for statements by ministers and other high-level representatives, and again kindly remind them to keep the statements concise and limited to no more than 3 minutes. I now give the floor to India, followed by Pakistan and United Arab Emirates.
Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, finance is important for effective implementation of policies and programs. Today we are gathered to discuss the important issue of implementation of the objectives of this convention, where adequate financing holds the key. The World Drought Atlas, which was released yesterday, emphasized the nature of risks and the need for national plans and international cooperation. This document can serve as guide for planning, increased mobilization, and finding solution of additional resources. Land degradation is a major issue which need to be given due attention by policymakers. Understanding this, India has been making efforts to leverage public finance mechanisms for the purpose of restoring its degraded lands. Financial support has been extended by the government for land restoration through various public and privately funded initiatives with active participation of the local communities. India has promoted the facilities of extending microfinance to the farmers for sustainable agriculture. Facilities have been extended through regional rural banks and other financial institutions. India has targeted to restore 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030, of which more than 22.5 million hectares have been achieved. As an effort in this direction, India has launched Green Credit Program, whereby degraded land parcels and identified and restored with financial support from various entities, including industries. Also, the Green India Mission, which is implemented at the country level through convergence of efforts of several sectors in all states, take into account landscape-based approach for eco-restoration of degraded lands. However, to intensify such efforts, additional resources are important. India has also been in forefront in advocating the adoption of environment-friendly lifestyles and usage of traditional knowledge. It is paramount importance that governments and industry should work together, identify the zones and partners with each other to achieve the goals of land restoration and drought resilience through mobilization of resources. Thank you very much.
I thank India, and I give the floor to Pakistan, followed by United Arab Emirates and Djibouti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Excellencies, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I extend my gratitude to the Unccd Secretariat of the convening this crucial dialogues. It is an honor for Pakistan to contribute to this discourse on unlocking public and private finance for land restoration and drought resilience. Climate change, desertification, and land degradation are pressing challenges for nations like Pakistan, where approximately 80% of the land is arid or semi-arid. Around 30% of our population is directly affected by droughts-like conditions, a number that continues to rise due to escalating climate impacts and water scarcity. I cannot stress this enough given the outcome of COP29, where the outcome falls far short of identified needs of $1.3 trillion for developing countries to effectively transition to low carbon emissions and to adapt to the increasing impact of climate-induced disasters. Pakistan has adopted a multi-pronged approach to financing land restoration and drought resilience, and there are several initiatives that I would like to mention which are contributing towards this end. Upscale Green Pakistan program is under implementation through mobilization of domestic funding of PKR 125 billion for restoration and degrade forest landscape so far. The initiative has supported planting over 2.2 billion plants throughout the country. Recharge Pakistan initiative has been initiated with financial support of US $77.8 million from GCF and co-financing from USAID, the Coca-Cola Foundation and WWF to promote ecosystem-based adaptation to address climate-induced floods and drought risk. It is the third largest adaptation grant by GCF. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Pakistan has developed a National Adaptation Plan in 2023, which identifies priorities, adaptation action, promoting inclusivity. National Adaptation Plan identifies estimated financial needs of country to the tune of US $152 billion by 2030. As part of its broader National Adaptation and Disaster Management Framework, I urge upon international communities financial support and technology transfer to Pakistan for establishment of effective multi-hazard early warning system for the monitoring of the floods and droughts so as to strengthen the country's capacity to respond to natural disaster. Bridging the financing gap for land restoration and drought resilience demands global collaboration. Pakistan calls upon the international community to uphold the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities CBDR under Rio Convention to ensure a developing nation receive equitable access to global climate finance. Let us work collaboratively to create a global finance architecture that support the most vulnerable communities and region in their journey towards land restoration and climate resilience. I thank you all for your attention, Excellencies and distinguished delegates.
I thank Pakistan, and I give the floor to United Arab Emirates, followed by Djibouti and Samoa.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة يسعدني الانضمام إليكم في هذا.
Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, I'm pleased to join you at this session to discuss means of mobilizing resources. Land restoration for agriculture is of great significance when it comes to enhancing our adaptation and also when it comes to attaining climate objectives. Governments play a critical role to convert financing and channel them towards ecological transformation so as to facilitate access to initiatives which contribute certainly to reaping major benefits. They contribute to boosting project effectiveness. We've launched projects with the USA and we have pledged to increase the number of partners who would be able to provide financing for adaptation and mitigation. We've reached $29 million in this mobilization effort. I would like to reiterate the importance of coordinating efforts in national adaptation plans so as to improve sustainable agricultural practices, because this is the real key to ensuring the success of our future endeavors so as to contend with drought, building up resilience requires a multi-sectoral approach, an approach which is based on cooperation. In the United Arab Emirates, we seek to pool our efforts with others to reach objectives and to ensure that the projects adopted at national level can achieve the desired results. We've launched several projects aimed at maintaining land and restoring agricultural land. We've also designed several projects with a view to dealing with sand and dust storms. Our country is one of the few countries which has increased mangrove plantations And in that regard, we've reached our very bold goal of planting 100 million mangrove trees, and we hope to achieve this objective by 2030. We also focus on the sustainable management of land and the expansion of natural reserves. We've reached 49 natural reserves, which makes up 15% of national territory. Moreover, we seek to augment the role of the private sector in drought resilience and in the prevention of desertification and protecting biological diversity. In this regard, we seek to broaden partnerships and achieve the goals set.
The Arab Emirates, I give the floor to Djibouti, followed by Samoa and Nigeria.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, President. Executive Secretary of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. My comments will be brief. I will try to confine myself to 2 minutes so as to say what I wanted to say at this ceremony, this very important ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum brings us together with a view to combating desertification and finding solutions. I come from Djibouti, which is situated in East Africa. It is also situated in sub-Saharan Africa. In this regard, we have noted that when it comes to combating desertification, we need to bear in mind that in sub-Saharan Africa, the conditions are different from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. According to the FAO, we need to engage in experiments so as to improve the use of date trees. We've been able to improve our cultivation of date trees and to develop the best drought-resistant variety of date trees. We have a laboratory so as to improve the number of date trees. We currently have 20,000 as an objective, but we intend, with the right financing, to plant 10,000 trees per year. That applies to date trees. When it comes to small animals which move nomadically across the desert and in the Sahara, indeed, we have 150 millimeters of rain per year in our desert, and often goats are the best choice for shepherds. These local variety of goats require a large amount of water per year. But from Kenya, we've imported different varieties. They're called alpine goats. And in this regard, our outcomes have improved. And within the next 3 years, we hope to boost milk production up to 3 liters per year per animal. As regards water, Ethiopia is situated nearby. We can say it is the cradle of water in East Africa, like Guinea is the cradle of water in West Africa. There are several rivers which flow into this country. And therefore, we are asking for $12 million for research into these date trees. All research has been done. We're launching a bid. We want 200 hectares and $12 million for that purpose. Thank you.
I thank Djibouti. Distinguished delegates, I understand we have almost 40 requests for the floor and a very limited time. So again, I kindly urge you to keep your statements to no more than 3 minutes. I give the floor to Samoa, followed by Nigeria and Cabo Verde.
Thank you, co-chairs. COP presidency, excellencies, colleagues, all protocols observed. For small island developing states like Samoa, where over 80% of the lands belong to customary landowners, government's role is only to develop policies and guidelines for land use and provide advice on landowners' decisions for land use management. Therefore, enabling access to financing for the landowners is the best option for Samoa. This is through community-based grants such as the UNDP Small Grants Program. Both medium and large-scale grants within the GF mechanisms are not ideal, as they are not only too much for the needs of the communities, but it also creates additional levels of management that are not of traditional setups. For national level programs, Samoa has developed various national and district plans that are awaiting implementation. Unfortunately, the current financial architecture for bilateral, MDBs, and MEA financial mechanisms all require the redevelopment of project proposals to suit the donor requirements. This approach defeats the purpose for national plans were developed and suffocates the programmatic approach countries have established. Therefore, it is encouraged to change the financial architecture to be fit for purpose for countries' programmatic approach and fit the capacity of countries to absorb and implement, rather than the donor requirements that for SIDS end up with administration cost of over 30 to 50%, while the actual affected communities and countries only receive 10 to 30% of the project costs. Due to small markets for investments in SIDS, private sector partnerships never materializes, as it does not make business sense for private sector to invest. Thus, SIDS continue to advocate for grant-based financing as the main source of financing. Samoa's national-driven programs such as the National Tree Planting, the National Carbon Offset Program, Carbon Trading, 30 by 30, and our recently launched Sustainable Village Charter Initiative, or Samoa Cares, are programs established that the private sector and philanthropy can participate along with bilateral, MDB, and MEA financial mechanism to support community-based land management and national sustainable land management programs. Additional as SIDS, we require debt-sensitive financing solutions that do not compound economic burden of SIDS. Samoa looks forward to meaningful discussion that points us to a holistic pathway for sustainable financing that honors the intrinsic connection between our communities, our lands, and our collective future. I thank you.
I thank Samoa, and I give the floor to Nigeria, followed by Cabo Verde and Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, the delegates, thank you for giving us this opportunity. It is important to note that Nigeria is blessed with abundant natural resources. However, about 21.94 million hectares of land, which is about 24.1% of the total land area, has been lost to forest degradation, overexploitation of forest resources, land conversion from forest to agricultural use, such as pastures and crop, and this has detrimental effects on water availability, soil fertility, and all others. The fight against desertification, land degradation, and drought requires regional partnership, collaboration, and resource mobilization. Restoring degraded land and achieving land degradation neutrality involves a huge cost and investment, which no government in Africa can bear alone, despite its profit yielding. Nigeria, and indeed Africa, is therefore calling for resource mobilization and financial support from investors for the implementation of the decisions on building climate pathways to attaining a land degradation neutrality world, ecosystem restoration, capacity building, and technology transfer that will guarantee better quality of life for the African child. The Nigerian government has shown signs of good faith in addressing these challenges by providing innovative financial instruments, which includes the development of Green Bond, the first sovereign bond in West Africa, which was established in 2017 to provide a 40 pathway for restoration and other green projects that are impact investing and blended financial cost that has attracted private capital for environmental projects. This funding instrument has provided returns while also contributing to ecological resilience. The federal government of Nigeria, through the Great Green Wall Program, is currently restoring about 2 million hectares of land and impact on the livelihoods of about 10 million people in the dry lands of the country by the year 2025 through the Presidential Special Initiative involving local communities in the restoration of efforts to ensure project sustainability support and those most affected areas. This has attracted investment and international cooperation, engaging with international organizations and funds that focus on climate change and environmental sustainability that can provide additional financial resources for local projects. Therefore, it's a call on development countries. The global funding mechanisms include GF, the Unccd Secretariat, the AU Commission, and other funding mechanisms to mobilize new, additional, and adequate technical and financial support to African states in addressing the plethora crisis in Africa. With this, I want to thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President, and distinguished delegates.
I thank Nigeria, distinguished delegates. Due to the high number of inscriptions and the limited time available, the list of speakers is now closed. I now give the floor to Cabo Verde, followed by Kenya and Azerbaijan.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start by thanking you for the excellent organization of this COP and for the very warm welcome in this wonderful country. Drought and desertification are exacerbated by biodiversity loss and the impacts of climate change. They adversely affect food systems as a result. They cause humanitarian crises, exacerbate social inequality, and frustrate peace and security in several countries and regions around the world. The estimated costs exceed $10 trillion per year. Therefore, I launch an appeal for immediate, concerted, and ambitious action. Cabo Verde is a small island developing state situated in the Sahel. It is on the front line in the struggle against these challenges. Desertification and drought are realities which we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. This urges us to develop innovative solutions to ensure climate resilience and to deliver on sustainable development. Allow me to refer to the following projects: reforestation and reclamation of degraded land, bringing up the amount of forested land to 20%. Now, there's also the promotion of protected areas, covering 23% of the surface area of the islands, sustainable water management with water public projects, water reuse, irrigation projects with drip systems. I'd also like to refer to desalination of seawater for human consumption and irrigation, and there are also contingency plans in the event of a drought. And support is provided to farmers and livestock herders, as well as food aid, and there is the creation of the National Emergency Fund. Nonetheless, for these solutions to be scaled up and reproduced, it is necessary to mobilize significant resources and to strengthen solid and robust cooperation between the public and private sector. Allow me to underscore 3 strategic focuses to build up financing in sustainable land management. There is a need for the rechanneling of subsidies, transforming subsidies to encourage sustainable practices, and regenerative investment is critical. I'd also like to note here that there is a need to create an enabling institutional and legal environment for public-private cooperation, and the use of instruments such as carbon credits and ecosystem service markets add value to investment in land restoration and management. Allow me also to refer to the innovation and diversification of financial instruments. The use of solutions such as green bonds, impact investment, and hybrid financial mechanisms could add impetus to the inflow of private capital. Debt swaps are also critical, and in this context, I would like to note that we've created an Environment Climate Fund as an instrument for mobilizing and managing resources in cooperation with our partners. I thank you for your attention.
I thank Cabo Verde, and I give the floor to Kenya, followed by Azerbaijan and United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Let me start by extending my appreciation to the organizers of the special segment for inviting Kenya to be part of this meaningful conversation today. This dialogue guides us to share insights for strengthening drought management and resilience by exploring financial mechanisms and strategies that contribute to driving successful and sustainable drought management and resilience. The trends and impacts of drought episodes worldwide have caught the attention of most global communities. Having been briefed adequately on the IWG drought report, I'd like to commend the IWG on drought for professionally done report and call upon member states to diligently negotiate and wisely adopt a comprehensive policy option that comprises avenue for unlocking financial mechanism for effective addressing drought challenges. This will facilitate making history in the life of UNCCD by sustainably promoting drought management and resilience. While now we have the motivation and goodwill to drive drought management and increase drought resilience, unlocking public and private finance for land restoration and drought resilient is critical for the success of increasing drought resilient and land restoration. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, several financial mechanisms and avenues exist for facilitating transformative drought management and increasing drought resilience. However, drought funding is still limited compared to other environmental issues, suggesting the need for fully unlocking drought financing. To unlock drought financing, starting with the public resources, state parties need to align drought plans with global, regional, and government development agendas for easing mainstream drought programs to costed national and subnational strategic plans and annual work plans. From a private sector perspective, strengthening partnership between national public institutions and the private sector in implementing national programs aligned to the drought is critical. The involvement of private sector players in developing national development agenda is essential for private sector ownership commitment and unlocking private sector resources for supporting drought mechanism and resilience program. Also, multilateral and bilateral funding agencies such as the Global Environment Facility and the Green Climate Fund, including other development partners, play a fundamental role in driving environmental projects with drought dimensions. These fundings have their traditional funding areas. However, they need regular review in their programming directions to accommodate emerging issues and prioritize emerging drought issues. As I conclude, I'd like to once again underscore the emerging challenges associated with the drought and call upon those of us coming from public sector to consider mainstreaming drought in national development agendas, working relationship with the private sector and multilateral. I thank you.
I thank Kenya, and I give the floor to Azerbaijan, followed by United Republic of Tanzania and Solomon Islands.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it is a great honor to be part of these important discussions on financing land restoration and drought resilience. According to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, land degradation, desertification, and drought cost the global economy for $10 trillion each year. These challenges affect ecosystems, food security, and the well-being of communities. At COP29 in Baku, we made crucial progress in addressing these challenges. One of the most significant achievements was the operationalization of Loss and Damage Fund. This fund will provide critical financial support to the countries most affected by the climate impacts, including drought. It is a huge step toward addressing the climate loss and damage and helps vulnerable communities deal with the impacts of land degradation. Ladies and gentlemen, a major success story of COP29 was the historic agreement on the new climate finance goal, aimed at supporting the countries most vulnerable to the climate change. Triple finance to developing countries, increasing the target from $100 billion annually to $300 billion annually by 2035. Mobilize $1.3 trillion annually by 2035, drawing from the both public and private sources to scale up finance for developing countries. This represents a crucial milestone for scaling up efforts in land restoration and drought resilience as well. We must recognize that land restoration requires long-term investment. These efforts not always show immediate returns, but the benefits for ecosystems and communities are huge in the long term. Dear friends, another important step taken at COP29 was the launch of the Baku Harmonia Climate Initiative. This initiative focuses on empowering rural communities, women and youth. It aims to build climate resilience agriculture by enhancing cooperation between multilateral and national development banks. The main goal is to bridge funding gaps and support farmers in adapting to a changing climate by helping to prevent soil erosion and promoting sustainable farming practices. Furthermore, the full operationalization of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement was another achievement at COP29. This will unlock international carbon markets, which can provide new financial opportunities for land restoration and forestry, attracting both public and private investments. Dear colleagues, in order to unlock the full potential of these financial mechanisms, we must address key barriers, creating a better environment for private sector involvement through policies, regulations, and financial incentives is crucial. Public finance, including grants, subsidies, and tax incentives, can help launch long-term restoration projects that provide both environmental and social benefits. Together, we can transform financial system to support the regeneration of our land, ensuring a sustainable and resilient future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. I give the floor next to United Republic of Tanzania, followed by Solomon Islands, and then St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this important dialogue on unlocking public and private finance for land restoration and drought resilience. As we gather here in Riyadh, we are reminded of the urgency to scale up financial resources to combat land degradation and ensure drought resilience. This is not only for today's needs, but for the sustainable future of our planet. Honorable delegates, on redirecting harmful subsidies currently, subsidies that incentivize deforestation and unsustainable agriculture practices, undermine global and national restoration efforts. Redirecting these funds toward sustainable practices can transform these challenges into opportunities. For example, agroforestry initiative, including integrating trees into agricultural system, not only boosts productivity, but also enhances ecological stability. On a soil health and biodiversity program, by promoting practices that regenerate soil and protect the ecosystem, it ensures long-term sustainability and resilience. Honorable delegates, effective land restoration and drought resilience depend on robust policies that foster public-private collaboration. In United Republic of Tanzania, we are taking active steps as follows. First, streamline approval process for restoration project to all attractive investment. Also introduce tax incentives for business investing in sustainable practices and green technologies. And also we have developed a clear public-private partnership guidelines to facilitate joint venture that promote environmental sustainability. Historically, funding for restoration and drought resilience has largely depended on government resources, with limited contribution from bilateral and multilateral mechanisms, such as the global environmental facilities. This embraces higher effort by member states, including Tanzania, to achieve sustainable development goals regarding halting and revising land degradation by 2030, strengthening partnership with the multilateral donors and international institutions is critical for bridging this gap. Honorable ministers, distinguished participants, on matters related to exploring innovative financial institutions to mobilize additional resources, Tanzania exploring innovative mechanisms such as carbon credit, whereby revenue are generated through carbon trading while contributing. In conclusion, I can say that collaboration between government, private sectors, and international partners is essential to secure the necessary resource for our environmental and socio-economic well-being. Let us commit to ambitious financial strategies that ensure a resilient future for United Republic of Tanzania and beyond. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, United Republic of Tanzania. Dear delegates, I kindly ask your understanding that from now on we may need to stop you after 3 minutes has gone to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak who have requested the floor. I give the floor to Solomon Islands.
Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, on behalf of the people and government of Solomon Islands, having as its Minister for Agriculture and Livestock, I hereby sincerely thank the people and the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for being a very gracious host to us. Solomon Islands welcomes the new funding opportunities and mechanisms proposed by the COP and further encourage closer synergies among the different UN financing mechanisms, a strong public-private partnership, and a reform to the processes for accessing these finances. We acknowledge the launching of the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership and pledges for funding by various actors. We further welcome the launching of the 3 reports on finance gaps and opportunities, the Unccd Financial Needs Assessment, the Economics of Drought Report, and the Sustainable Financing Modality for Dryland Report. We further note that the recommendation therein and urge all parties and all stakeholders to prioritize implementation of these recommendations and mobilize resources for the small island developing states, including Solomon Islands, to implement sustainable land management systems and restoration. Acknowledging our smallness, we insist that there is no country that is too small nor too big to escape the negative impacts of drought on the lives of our people. I therefore call on for more focus and support to the Pacific Island developing states with creation of new funding mechanisms to strengthen South-South cooperation, provision of sufficient technical and financial support, and develop national preparedness and responsive plans. Early warning systems, capacity mapping, monitoring and reporting, and implementable projects on transformative agri-food systems aligning to other related global efforts under the UNFCCC and UNFCBD. Furthermore, we thank the Intergovernmental Working Group for producing the drought report and the 7 recommendations therein. Solomon Islands believe in both short to medium and long-term solutions to the issues and challenges impacting our development. We acknowledge that both policy frameworks for closer collaboration, political and legal commitment, and resource mobilization are needed to address the impacts and onsets of drought. Therefore, suggest options B, C, a combination of D and E, and F for adoption. I thank you, Mr. President, and distinguished delegates.
I thank Solomon Islands, and I give the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis, followed by Zimbabwe and Cameroon.
Your Excellencies, I greet you warmly on behalf of the Prime Minister and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere with a population of 50,000 on a landmass of just 104 square miles. As islanders, we live the horrors and hopes as frontliners of the land degradation crisis. The receding wave claims our lands. The fisher's net has no haul. The farmer's hope breaks no ground. The pouring rain knows no end or never starts. Our water pipes are now dripping and dried. Our once fertile land is now under threat from desertification. Our flora and fauna are stifling under the sandstorms and dust plumes, and our people are suffering. Our capacities as SIDS are being compromised from all angles. Yet, we are faced with the challenge of the high rate of resource scarcity in our small islands, and critically, being forced to undertake debt which we cannot afford in order to just survive. Our region requires a fit-for-purpose funding framework, scientific research, and capacity building to increase and improve our resilience. Colleagues, as SIDS, we want to feel that there is hope here in Riyadh. This convention needs to be the answer, because the state of desperation cannot be the future to which we resign island nations. The Federation stands with our fellow Caribbean nations to urge that we stand in solidarity for financial support for our region. Why is there the necessity of solidarity? In 2022, we accessed 44% of climate finance as debt, which we cannot afford. Additionally, SIDS received just 0.2% of global climate finance. However, we bear the brunt of the deleterious effects of climate change, land desertification, and land degradation, since single shock events can set us back decades because our small economies just cannot absorb the shock. The question is, where is the justice? Riyadh must be our point of relief, and it must bring some justice for SIDS. St. Kitts and Nevis is actively pursuing its sustainable island state agenda through robust partnerships and targeted action in decarbonizing energy generation, constructing sustainable homes, and climate-proofing our utilities infrastructure using our very limited resources. We are not seeking sympathy. We are seeking partnership to align our actions and ambitions with our plans. We call for urgent and coordinated global actions to address desertification, land degradation, and drought, as well as for increased adequate and predictable means of implementation, including financing, capacity building, technology transfer, and scientific cooperation, so that survival for all, not some, supersedes exclusionary processes and unfilled promises. Our land, our future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. Next, Zimbabwe, followed by Cameroon and Madagascar.
Thank you, Chair. Zimbabwe recognizes that for public and private sector to collaborate for scaling up investment, there is need for joint development of comprehensive policies that promote sustainable land management, environmental conservation, and and avoid a solo mentality, and embrace the whole of government and the whole of society approach. There is also need to update policies and legislation framework. Zimbabwe is constantly revising and updating environmental policies and legislation frameworks to align with the current challenges and contemporary discourse. There is need for limited participation of private sector to be improved. We also need to create conducive ease of doing business. There is a need for research and development in order for us to keep up with the current growings of the global changes. Value addition and the market access challenges need to be attended to through enhancing market access for sustainable produced goods. We need to look into the infrastructure for investment, capacity building, and the knowledge gaps needs also to be attended to. The limited access to finance by creating financial instruments and mechanisms that facilitate funding for sustainable projects. We need to strengthen monitoring and accountability mechanism. I want to conclude by saying there is a need to scale up existing business case for SLM and land restoration. SLM practices offer significant economic benefits for Zimbabwe and the world at large, including improved agricultural productivity, job creation, and carbon sequestration. With a well-designed implementation strategy and sufficient funding, SLM can be scaled up to achieve significant impacts on the environment, the economy, and society at large. I thank you.
I thank Zimbabwe and give floor to Cameroon, followed by Madagascar and Grenada.
How are you?
Thank you for giving me the floor, Chair. Chair, please allow me at the outset to thank the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification for having organized this high-level dialogue on the issue of funding. In fact, galvanizing funding for projects to restore degraded land is an issue of great concern for my country. As we all know, land is not only at the heart of any development process, but is also the source of life for our planet. Like many developing countries, Cameroon is faced by increasing pressure on land and water resources. This is because we need more food, more grazing land, more pasture. We have ecosystems which are facing erosion and land degradation. Since the Rio summit, Cameroon has developed strategies and initiatives at both national and regional level in order to tackle this problem, in order to make land a true source of sustainable development. Nevertheless, we have to recognize that we still face a number of challenges, and funding needs to combat desertification and for land restoration are growing. We can refer to the most gaping gaps for funding projects to restore land, the lack of a legal framework and insufficiently stable regulatory measures in order to galvanize public and private sources to preserve ecosystems are a challenge which, nevertheless, the public and private sectors could work on together. This would help us galvanize more resources. Following these challenges, the lack of funding and only weak investment in land restoration and combating desertification, Cameroon believes that a plethora of measures could be implemented. A legally binding instrument is now necessary. It's absolutely vital that international funding be increased so that we can have sustainable land management practices, so that our land is more resilient to drought. Cameroon is being interrupted by the chair.
Cameroon, to wrap up your intervention, please.
To conclude, Chair, I'd just like to say that whilst I haven't been able to be comprehensive, we believe that all these measures need to go hand in hand with political will. That is the case in my country. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Cameroon. I give the floor then to Madagascar, followed by Grenada, and then Bahamas.
Thank you, Chairs, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Madagascar is a land of unique biodiversity, but today it faces an existential threat from land degradation and climate change. Drought now affects 13 of our 24 regions, with the Grand South being the hardest hit. In 2021, over 1.3 million people suffered from famine. The UN declared it the first famine caused directly by the effect of climate change. This crisis has triggered significant internal migration, putting enormous pressure on already limited infrastructure and natural resources in all our areas. The government of Madagascar has prioritized the fight against desertification, dedicating a proportionally significant amount of domestic resources to land restoration and drought resilience. However, the funding gap remains enormous compared to the scale of the challenge. To bridge this gap, we have undertaken reforms to attract investment, including carbon projects aligned with Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and we are actively working with the private sector. Our approach is clear. We focus on stabilizing communities in their home regions through land restoration and creating local livelihoods. We have adopted an integrated strategy that combines ecological restoration with socio-economic development. The Myunzu project in the Grand South is a great example of this approach. We are also exploring innovative financing tools such as green bonds, blended finance, and optimizing access to GEF, GCF, and the Adaptation Fund. Madagascar has further demonstrated its commitment to this shared mission by pledging to restore 4 million hectares of degraded land by 2030 under the AFR 100 initiative. In 2025, we will proudly host the annual meeting of the AFR 100, showcasing our leadership in land restoration and reaffirming our dedication to a resilient and sustainable future. The challenges we face are immense, but they are not insurmountable. Let us channel more resources to where they are needed most, building resilience, restoring ecosystems, and empowering the most vulnerable. Together, we can restore our lands, protect our communities, and ensure a future where no one is forced to leave their home to survive. I thank you.
I thank Madagascar, and I now hand over the conduct of the meeting to my co-chair, Deputy Minister Alisher Shukurov of Uzbekistan.
Thank you, co-chair, for your chairmanship, and I wish you thanks so much. Now, so we'll continue. Now, I'll give the floor to Grenada, and followed by Bahamas and Chad. So please, Grenada, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, co-chair, Excellencies, Ministers. On behalf of the government and people of Grenada, I express sincere thanks and appreciation to the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for your warm hospitality and for agreeing to host Unccd COP16, which, from all indications so far, is turning out to be the biggest Unccd COP ever held. Grenada reaffirms its commitment to preventing, reducing, and reversing land degradation and building resilience to drought. Grenada, which is among countries on the front line of battling the negative impacts of climate change and climate variability, shared the view that significant amount of financing is needed for restoring degraded land and soils and enhancing our country's resilience to drought. Just this year alone, Grenada endured a severe drought during the period January to May, which significantly affected food production. On July 1st, our country faced a Category 4 hurricane, which wreaked havoc on the northern part of the mainland and two of our sister islands, damaging and destroying homes and other buildings, public infrastructure, agricultural crops, including tree crops, as well as wreaking havoc on our forests and mangroves. Then, in November this year, Grenada suffered from 4 torrential rainfall events, resulting in flash flooding, major landslides, and soil erosion, and serious damage to homes, vehicles, and public infrastructure. Grenada is appreciative of the efforts of the Caribbean Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the Global Environmental Facility, and the Green Climate Fund, among others, for funding major initiatives in our country related to infrastructure, sustainable land and soil management, restoration of degraded lands, and building resilience to drought. However, much more financial aid is needed. Grenada therefore calls on the international community to make more concessionary or grant financing accessible to vulnerable countries, to invest in land restoration and conservation initiatives, and in building resilience to drought. Grenada joins also with our fellow member countries of GRUAC in calling for a financing mechanism specifically for drought and to help drive our efforts at proactive drought management. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Grenada. Now I'll give the floor to Bahamas, please. You have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Bahamas expresses its gratitude to the government and the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for your warm hospitality and for hosting this COP16. We also extend our appreciation to the Secretariat for their diligence in preparing this meeting and for their support to our countries. On matters concerning concrete actions to be taken to ensure that there is new finance available to support sustainable land management, land restoration, and drought resilience, it is the view of the Bahamas that continued funding allocation from both the government and international funding agencies through partnerships should be continually sought. This will explore possibilities for greater land degradation fund allocation. On matters concerning adjusting regulatory frameworks to foster collaboration, the Bahamas is formulating a single policy framework in addressing our country's concerns on land degradation and land management, all toward the achievement of land degradation neutrality. A single policy framework, for example, requires extraordinary public consultation before the issuance of building permits on sensitive land. A single policy framework that can also introduce fees on developers that build under the business as usual regime and not from the DLTD reduction context. On matters exploring innovative financial instruments like carbon credits and ecosystem services markets, the Bahamas partners with multi-level organizations and international funding institutions to supplement government funding, particularly to help implement a carbon credit system and support ecosystems markets. The Bahamas has established a grant mechanism for farmers for improved farming and provisions of agricultural needs. The Bahamas also established propagation and composting facilities to effectively initiate regenerative and climate-smart agriculture. The international community increasingly recognizes that many SIDS obviously my voice is bothering me, but I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Bahamas, for your intervention. Now, I give the floor to Chad, followed by Turkey and France. So, Chad, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about financing in order to combat drought. I would like to briefly update you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, achieving our environmental goals, particularly land restoration and restoration of degraded ecosystems, requires partnerships and effective synergies at national, regional and international levels. Chad is fully committed to doing this and calls for a strengthening of cooperation at all levels. The Great Green Wall Initiative is an excellent example of a Pan-African partnership. It shows the power of cooperation between countries to overcome environmental challenges. Chad, like other countries which are crossed by the Great Green Wall Initiative, has established a national agency which works closely with its counterparts on this project. In addition to the Great Green Wall Initiative, we have been restoring ecosystems and degraded land in Chad with the support of our partners. So we call on our partners to scale up these good practices through multi-stakeholder platforms for achieving our environmental goals. Ladies and gentlemen, galvanizing resources continues to be a major challenge if we are to achieve our environmental objectives. We welcome the initiatives such as the green bonds to support the Great Green Wall Initiative, but we call for a meaningful mobilization of funds and technology for land restoration. We must work on all the opportunities available, because we must go beyond traditional sources of funding and our traditional bilateral and multilateral partners. So we are experimenting with new projects such as payment for ecosystem services, green bonds and private-public partnerships on conservation. Chad is also committed to increasing its own expenditure on environmental conservation, protecting natural resources and, above all, protecting ecosystems, especially our soils, are of vital importance. We've increased the budgetary allocations for the environment, and environmental considerations are mainstreamed into all sectoral plans. Chair, with the massive influx of refugees in Chad, with over 1 million of them on our land at the moment, has led to an increase in the pressure on our land and has led to an increase in food prices. So we call upon our partners to provide greater climate and environmental financing. It is the countries which have contributed least to the crisis that are on the front line. They're the ones facing drought and need support to build resilience against it. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, environmental challenges that we currently face are enormous, but we are resolved to combat them tirelessly. Through the Great Green Wall Initiative, we aim to achieve land degradation neutrality, and we hope to strengthen our partnerships in the area of the environment. We believe that concerted actions and strong partnerships and mobilizing appropriate resources will help us build a sustainable future for our planet. Speaker has been interrupted. We call for a collective effort so that we all work towards the slogan of this conference, Our Land, Our Future. I thank you.
Thank you for Chad. We kindly ask other participants to fit the time limit, because we would like to try to give the floor all listed requested participants. Now, I would like to give the floor to our colleague Turkey, please. Turkey.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. In ensuring the justice in climate, we express on every platform that access to finance must be facilitated. This is the #1 agenda item, not only for Turkey, but also for the all developing countries. We adopt the same approach to combating drought, and I would like to emphasize once again that on this platform, developing innovative financial mechanisms is vital to be prepared for drought and improve adaptation capacity. Of course, as Turkey, we use various financing sources effectively, and I would like to share our experiences and practices in this regard with you. One of our first studies is in our carbon sink area project, which we launched in arid and semi-arid areas to increase the resilience of ecosystems and improve the diversity of the livelihoods of our citizens. We plan to transform carbon certification into a financial instrument by including the private sector. We are also reclaiming lands with rehabilitation potential, contributing to our social and economic development by evaluating income-generating spaces. We are protecting our agricultural land with the land consultation works we implement and use them effectively. Also supporting research and development studies on this subject through public-private sector cooperation. We are using drought insurance system, which also covers temperatures, to reduce the income loss of our farmers, especially in agricultural and animal livestock activities due to drought. We also provide interest-free loans to farmers through our public and private banks. We offer this support especially for women and young entrepreneurs in a wide range of from livestock purchases to greenhouse construction. To protect our water resources, we provide grant support for the modernization of irrigation systems. Within the scope of Ankara initiative, which was completed last year, we are carrying out innovative applications on an international scale by contributing to the determination of voluntary targets for land degradation neutrality in many countries. With the Bridges project from Turkey to Africa, we have developed projects to improve the conditions of ecosystems affected by desertification and land degradation and droughts. We provide trainings to approximately 1,200 people from 108 countries. And I believe that a synergy should be created between financial mechanisms to achieve climate change, desertification, and biodiversity goals with sustainable land management at the core. And in this case, resources will be used more effectively. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
I would like to give the floor to France and followed by Republic of Korea and Mongolia. Please, France, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, almost 18 months after the summit on a new global financial pact took place in June in 2023 in Paris, it is essential to reaffirm our collective ambition to accelerate the implementation of the Paris Compact. 69 countries have joined the initiatives and contribute to find operational solutions to make our financial system more just and effective and guarantee that new funding will be available, especially to ensure the sustainable land management, restoration of lands, and drought resistance. In order to achieve that, we have to take specific steps in different areas. First, we have to use the development banks because those institutions can play a crucial role by providing low-interest loans and subsidies, especially to developing countries. Multilateral development banks can also contribute to reducing the risks related to investments in land restoration and guarantee mixed financing in order to attract private capital. Second, we have to align international financial development with the objective of land restoration in order to ensure such projects become a priority in national budgets and international financing mechanisms for the environment and climate. 3, a coordinated and integrated management of public funding can make sure that we use more effectively funds that has significant advantages, for example, carbon sequestration and improvement of soils. Such an approach also makes sure that one investment will not be carried out to the detriment of others, ensuring the resiliency of natural systems and human involvement. 4th, we have to develop innovative financial tools, for example, insurance products that provide assistance to landowners and agricultural workers to manage droughts and other climate change risks, to ensure sustainable development policies. And finally, number 5, we should focus our priorities on development of local capacities, something that can be done through localized international financial institutions and support ground-based organizations involving agricultural workers. Within the framework of the Paris Compact, numerous coalitions have been mobilized, and they work towards responding to challenges of land degradation, desertification, and droughts that are closely related to climate change and the need to preserve biodiversity. More than ever, we need an integrated and coordinated approach in the spirit of the Rio Conventions.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Now I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Korea. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. It is my privilege to participate in this very meaningful discussion. As we agree, land restoration is not simply improving the environment, but it has become a key element in climate mitigation and adaptation strategy. It is also closely linked with achievement of sustainable development goals. I'd like to share Korea's story briefly. As you are well aware, Korea had once suffered severe land degradation, facing numerous challenges. However, thanks to support of international cooperation and commitment of Korean people, ROK has achieved successful reforestation. Korea took a holistic approach, from joining local community to support livelihood to top presidential leadership and effective administration. This experience makes us better understand the need of land and forest restoration. We have taken a keen interest in supporting affected countries around the world. In this context, Korea has been 3 remarkable journeys with Unccd. I'd like to share 3 initiatives. First, Changwon Initiative. ROK and Unccd launched the Changwon Initiative at COP10 in 2011. Korea has been actively engaged in international cooperation for land restoration for the past 13 years. It has provided a scientific foundation for achieving land degradation neutrality. LDN has supported the development of LDN target setting program, has been contributing to forest restoration and income improvement for local communities in Africa, Latin America, and other regions by supporting the Greening Drylands Partnership Project. Second, Peace Forest Initiative. It launched COP14 in 2019 with Unccd. Korea promotes transboundary peace and cooperation through forest restoration in the border areas and multi-ethnic regions. 3, business for land. In addressing the growing threats of desertification and land degradation, the efforts of government alone is insufficient. Since public sector finances are limited, it is important to leverage the expertise, the technology, and resources of private sector. In this regard, ROK and Unccd launched the Business for Land at COP15 2012. B4L can be seen as significant and timing new endeavor. We hope the B4L initiative will serve as a platform for private sector participation. Let me finalize. The Republic of Korea will continue to do its utmost to strongly support these 3 initiatives and implementation to combat desertification and address drought issues. Shortly, I invite all following events. This afternoon, PFI High-Level Partners Roundtable and Changwon Initiative. Tomorrow, Green Drylands Partnership and AFOCO, Asia Forest Cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Now I would like to give the floor to Mongolia, followed by Syrian Republic and Belarus. So Mongolia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would like to thank the organizer of this important dialogue of finance, which was the most attractive topic at the UN conference on climate change recently taken in Baku, Azerbaijan. In my intervention, I would answer some of the questions co-moderators tasked the dialogue participants to answer. I believe at least the perspective of the landlocked dryland respective developing country. When Mongolia shifted to market economy 1992, land-related fundamental policies and strategies defined was only 2001. The turnaround land management concept has been legalized with fundamental changes. This legal framework changes till today. We are considered that reflected aspects of the modern trends of Mongolia innovative concepts. However, we are facing challenges and having our own lessons learned which had to socioeconomic factors should place the heart of comprehensive theory of change. Having said that, there are some concerns I would like to bring the discussion. At first, the government should invest its public funding smartly, land management, adopt or leverage new sustainable development three pillar trends. Till 2005, 70% of the GDP was depending on the agriculture sector. In particular, livestock sector shifted to the mining sector based on global economic boom based on minerals and the exploration sector dimension. The agriculture and mining nexus-oriented economic relation impacted negatively, particularly due to national and household level capital assistance. The lesson learned was that land management should formulate within the macro and microeconomic trend. Secondly, about the life with this based helpful, the president of has initiative national movement till 2030. With this initiative, 1% GDP should be spent to planting measure, which was a direct impact restoration. Also considered in this initiative, this secure foundation of the public and private investment to land. High distinguished delegates, as you may know, Mongolia will host the International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralist and the 17th of COP this convention in 2026 as homework to organize successfully and meaningful the global environmental agendas. We are initiating the established global coalitions for future rangeland and pastoralism, which is aimed to launching during the COP17. This draft concept of coalition will distributed officially of all types of stockholders. Let me end my intervention. We are here and looking forward to cooperate with on you. This coalition we need unite our mutual effort, our successfully continue our efforts restore land within the framework national program of Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mongolia. So now I'll give the floor to Syrian Arab Republic, followed by Belarus. So please, Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to intervene. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Syrian Arab Republic and its approach for land restoration thinks that land restoration is not an environmental necessity, but also an economic opportunity that can be used to improve the livelihood of the population, provide job opportunities, and promote food security. Within this framework is the promotion of cooperation between the private and public sectors to implement a sustainable investment for land restoration and for sustainable development. But this cooperation is faced by a number of major obstacles, such as insufficient financial resources to invest in land restoration, especially in view of the UCMs imposed against Syria. Also, there is reluctance by the private sector to invest in environmental projects, given the high risks of such investments, as well as the risk emanating from climate change and droughts. There is also lack of incentives that encourage the private sector to invest in land restoration. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Syrian Arab Republic believes that adoption of sustainable land management requires a long-term and comprehensive vision underpinned by cooperation between all actors, be it the private or public sectors or the international local communities, to achieve progress to address land degradation, mitigate the impact of droughts, and promote the use of natural resources in order to neutralize land degradation at large, and to promote the participation or contribution of Syria in achieving sustainable development, in particular goal number 15. Investment in sustainable land management is a key step to achieve such. This requires the integration of the private sector as part of these efforts, and to pave the way for expanded participation, and also by leveling the regulatory environment to be more conducive for attracting investments and support projects, especially SMEs, and provide tax exemptions and incentives in the area of sustainable ecological projects, such as the exemptions included in Investment Act number 18 of 2021 for projects that promote remote areas or renewable energy projects and agriculture for a term of 10 years. These exemptions also have included biofertilizers and providing grants for renewable energy projects and utilizing successful global experiences in land restoration. I thank you.
Shukran jazilan. Now I would like to give the floor to Belarus, followed by Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and Peru. Please, Belarus, you have the floor.
Distinguished chairs, highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'd like to once again thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing the COP16 at such a high level and giving us the opportunity to discuss questions that are of concern to many of the participants in the convention. The implementation of obligations under the convention requires a lot of resources, both experts, resources and financial resources. In this respect, I'd like to draw the attention of all those present in the room to the appeal of the countries of Annex 5 to the Secretariat, the GEF, and the Global Mechanism to mobilize financial resources so that countries could most effectively implement the convention. The Republic of Belarus would like to add to that appeal. We call upon the GEF to donor countries to forget about political prejudice and desist from the practice of blocking the allocation of international funding to countries that have been listed as undesirable solely because of political reasons. The Republic of Belarus is a country that conscientiously implements its international obligations. We comply with all the GEF criteria to obtain financing. During the current operational cycle, Belarus has been allocated $6.9 million. All the necessary forms and project requests were submitted in line of the procedures of the GEF. We were bewildered to discover that the Republic of Belarus was removed at the level of the GEF Secretariat from documents that will be considered in the upcoming GEF Assembly in December. This factor illustrates that nature continues to be sacrificed for the sake of political games, and ambitions of individual countries are given precedence over the fight against drought, preserving biodiversity, and climate change mitigation. Issues related to environmental protection are inherently transboundary. The worsening of the ecosystems will not be stopped by borders. It'll cover invariably neighboring countries, moving beyond specific regions. In conclusion, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that Belarus is open to dialogue and to work constructively with all interested countries. Thank you.
So now I give the floor to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, followed by Peru and Yemen. So please, you have the floor. Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chairman. Despite the economic blockade imposed on Venezuela, which we've fought for 8 years in this induced economic war, 2023 saw a transition from overcome hyperinflation, and the continuation of the goals we've obtained is the result of our own socioeconomic model. We have a primary fundamentals of social justice, democracy, efficiency, environmental productivity, and solidarity. This has allowed for comprehensive economic growth in Venezuela. We have seen GDP growth of 5 points. This has brought a control of inflation, which is the priority area, and it's the most difficult area. In 2023, we saw a reduction of 33% of inflation over 2022. This has brought the lowest level last year. For this reason, we seek an annualized inflation that is down in the double digits. We also see national production covering our supplies. This has gone from 85 to 97%, and we continue to grow this year. We have continued with a policy of democratization of land. We have turned over more than almost 14 million hectares to campesinos. We have also incorporated to our production more than 427,000 families. Our production is 100% sovereign in areas such as coffee and others. Agricultural production has increased at 5.5%, and we have seen a 3.9% increase in livestock with beef, sheep, and goats. This has led to 7 consecutive quarters of economic, agricultural, and livestock growth. With our Agro-Venezuela mission, we closed 2023 with 5% growth. Thanks to our economic model, loans increased in Venezuela by 94% in 2023. We have an eco-socialist principle. This is a fundamental of our socio-productive model. We have social equity and collective well-being and respect for nature. We are moving toward the protection of 66 of our national territory with 408 special administration protection regimens. We have a national reforestation plan with our tree mission plan. We have planted more than 30 million trees, and we are working in the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization to protect the Amazon and natural resources. There are many activities we've undertaken in recent years. Having evaluated our work in 2023, we see 100% progress in actions that lead to land neutrality, land degradation neutrality. That is to say that we are contributing to an increase in carbon capture in our soil and in land conservation. I thank you kindly, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Venezuela. Now, I would like to give the floor to Peru, please. The floor is yours.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On the questions that we're dealing with now, we believe that it's important to improve the collection of data and exchange of knowledge related to the climate funding and land degradations. Specific data is crucial to identify investment needs, to evaluate the impact of projects and take well-informed decisions. Information related to financial flows, the results of projects, and best practices in land management are very valuable tools in our work. Also, it is very important to invest in research and development of technologies that promote sustainable land use. This includes funding for development of varieties that resist droughts, better technologies for soil management. Investigation, research, and innovation can help build capacities to ensure evidence-based interventions and look at root causes of desertification and droughts. Financial needs also should include initiatives related to capacity building and community participations to empower local populations in the efforts related to mitigation, combating desertification and droughts. It is important to involve communities in decision-making processes to promote the ownership and accountability, something that is crucial for success, long-term success of these actions. We urge the increase of investments for such activities and ensure that they're accessible in practice, ensuring that investments are inclusive and adapted to the special needs of affected communities. Excellencies, we highlight the importance of promote the support provided by existing funds, for example, the Green and Environmental Fund and the GEF. These funds support projects to combat climate change and environmental degradations and align national strategies for financing with eligibility strategies, and this can increase the possibilities to obtain significant resources. We also are in favor of including the sustainable land management as a key component of the mobilization of resources and to assign specific resources to such initiatives that provide specific benefits, something that attracts investment. In the case of Peru, where desertification and droughts threaten agricultural production and food security, we have been identifying policies and strategies focused on the needs for financing aligned with national priorities and local contexts. Such needs are related to the projects of deforestation, development of resilient agricultural practices, amongst others, and are focused on effective results based on synergies between land restoration, the comprehensive management of climate change, and focusing on the particular climate conditions in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Now I give the floor to Yemen, followed by Germany and Brazil. So please, Yemen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, peace and blessings be upon you. We reiterate our thanks to our colleagues and brothers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we thank the Unccd for choosing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to host this conference. Time is gold, and the time for speeches is limited, but we need all the time to work on the field. Funding the resilience in the face of climate change requires more flexible financing from donors and financing institutions. Conflicts and wars have spillovers beyond the borders of the war-riven countries, and they can lead to obstruction of agricultural work, and also there's an increase of sandstorms and heat waves, and my country Yemen is no exception. It is affected and does not affect climate change. During wars, the financing drops, and the droughts and land issues are neglected, and 3/4 of the population of my country live in rural areas. I would like to call on the international community to relieve the developing and conflict-driven states of the conditions for climate finance and give them more flexible access to finance. The government of Yemen, in cooperation with its agencies, is working with the UN agencies and some financing organizations on a number of programs and strategies to improve food security and agricultural development and to face floods and drought. For example, we'd like to mention our work with the United Arab Emirates through the Abu Dhabi Development Fund in the field of integrated water resource system, and we have worked with them on the running of the Hassan Dam. We work also with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through the Saudi Development Program, but the infrastructure in my country continues to deteriorate because of the conflict and land degradation and drought. Thank you.
Shukran jazilan. Now I would like to give the floor to Germany. Please, Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We know that healthy soils are a prerequisite for drought resilience.
German Development Cooperation therefore focuses on promoting sustainable land management. This is a crucial building block in drought prevention that increases the resilience of people and ecosystems. We encourage our partner countries to adopt appropriate measures by highlighting the economic benefits of sustainable land use. Germany coordinates the flagship report on the investments in nature-based solutions for drought resilience. This report responds to the growing demand for economic evidence on drought impacts and policy measures for proactive drought management. To strengthen drought resilience, Germany increased its support, for example, into the global shield against climate risk that improves the financial protection against climate and disaster-related risks. German Development Cooperation portfolio for climate-effective soil conservation comprises up to 124 projects worldwide. One example is the global program Soil Conservation and Rehabilitation for Food Security. It promotes agroecological approaches to sustainable, climate-smart soil protection and soil rehabilitation. With funding from the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development totaling over 220 million euros, more than 800,000 hectares of soil have been protected or rehabilitated in partner countries through nature-based solutions for sustainable land use and restoration measures. But it is not all about leveraging new finance. We have to direct all our limited resources, financial and others, carefully and to use them most efficiently and effectively through the best possible policy coherence across the Rio Conventions. In order to interlink national implementation strategies, there is need for strong, well-integrated financing mechanisms under the Conventions on Climate Change, UNFCCC, on biological diversity, CBD, and on combating desertification, Unccd, with the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, leading the way as a positive example to follow. Rapid steps to implement the United Arab Emirates consensus at COP28, including phasing out fossil fuels, are also crucial to combat desertification and land degradation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Germany. Now I give the floor to Brazil, followed by Romania and Armenia. So, Brazil, you have the floor.
Distinguished ministers, esteemed authorities, ladies and gentlemen, the restoration of degraded land and the strengthening of drought resilience are more than environmental urgencies. They are imperatives for global water, food, and climate security. In Brazil, climate change has exacerbated desertification, with areas previously classified as semi-arid now becoming arid. This reality demands immediate action to prevent even greater costs for the most vulnerable populations. Recognizing and valuing ecosystem services is essential. Restoring lands, strengthening sustainable supply chains, and promoting adaptive policies are practical solutions. Brazil reaffirms its commitment, as reflected in its NDC, to restore 12 million hectares by 2030. The National Plan for the Recovery of Native Vegetation is a milestone in this effort. It promotes large-scale ecological restoration, the recovery of productive landscapes, and the rehabilitation of strategic ecosystems. Among concrete actions, I also highlight the Bolsa Verde program. It is an innovative mechanism for conditional income transfer. This instrument provides financial support to families living in sustainable use areas, such as extractive reserves and national forests. This demonstrates how ecosystem services can integrate economic development, social inclusion, and environmental protection. Another noteworthy initiative is the Cisterns program. It promotes access to water for human consumption and food production through simple, low-cost social technologies. It targets low-income rural families. The program enhances public infrastructure in areas affected by drought or water scarcity. It prioritizes traditional peoples and communities. This is yet another example of how public policy can effectively combine financing, climate resilience, and social inclusion. Additionally, I would like to highlight Brazil's proposal for progressive taxation on the super wealthy. This was discussed within the G20 this year. This initiative fosters fiscal justice and contributes to combating inequality, poverty, and hunger. Another significant milestone achieved under Brazil's G20 presidency was the adoption of the 10 high-level principles on bioeconomy. Initiative where the speaker was cut off. Lastly, Brazil invites all nations to Belém for the COP30 of the Unfccc, reaffirming its commitment to an integrated and strengthened agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. Now I'll give the floor to Romania. Please, you have the floor, Romania.
Your Excellency, distinguished ministers and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to congratulate the UNCCD.
Is Romania is here? If not, we would like to move to next country. Now I would like to, okay, please.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to congratulate the Unccd Secretariat and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing these in-person ministerial panels, one dedicated to business case for land. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment for land restoration and drought resilience, a moment to transform ambition into action. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of Unccd, we must look forward to the action needed to assure the intergenerational peace, where the measures taken by this generation of decision makers can provide the future generation with the results they expect and also need. If we are talking about land degradation, desertification, or drought, the window of opportunity in which we can act is narrow, and the cost of not taking action will increase over time, and that is why innovation and consistency in both public and private finance are more important than ever, being the key to ensuring synergies across land, biodiversity, and climate investment. Ladies and gentlemen, although Romania should not come to mind of being a country with desertification issues, our country is not immune to this phenomenon or its negative externalities. Today, 250,000 hectares are in an advanced desertification process in our country and can only be stopped through an incremental afforestation campaign and by establishing forest belts. In order to stop this desertification process, by June 2026, Romania will put in place more than 26,000 hectares of afforestation, reforestation, and forest belts projects through the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, a 500 million euros grant financed by the European Union, available to Romanian companies, public entities, NGOs, and households. A financial mix between subsidies, grants, and land lease facilities have generated a large interest of the public to apply for the financing scheme that the Romanian Ministry of Environment, Waters, and Forests has put in place. So rather than appealing to the social responsibility of individuals and companies, we have focused on financial KPIs, making the afforestation projects a profitable one on the long run, stimulating the interest and establishing more than 33,000 hectares of afforestation projects in just 1 year. Ladies and gentlemen, even if we always are facing fiscal and financial constraints, we must struggle to identify new sources to finance and stimulate afforestation projects and drought management scheme in order to assure the success of the intergenerational project that aim to assure a fair transition towards the new generation. Thank you very much, and happy 30th anniversary UNCDD. Thank you.
Thank you, Romania. Now, I give the floor to Armenia, followed by South Africa and Algeria. So, Armenia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on assuming the presidency of the COP16 and thank you for the excellent organization of the conference. The Secretariat of the Convention has done a remarkable job by bringing together member states, international organizations, civil society, scientific community, women and youth in fight against desertification and drought. In 2022-24, as the chair of the Central Eastern European region, Armenia closely cooperated with the Unccd Secretariat in organizing the second meeting of IWG on drought capacity building training and regional preparatory meeting before COP16 in Armenia. IWG on drought has done a significant work in these 2 years, and we hope that the COP16 will adopt a drought policy which combines political will, finance, and scientific and technical approaches in the context of drought risk management. Mr. President, Armenia is a landlocked mountainous country with dry climate of subtropical zone due to its geoclimatic position and being in the transition phase of economic development. Armenia is more vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, fight against desertification has become an issue of strategic importance of our country. Along with the legislative changes, the government is implementing subsidy programs for the establishment of intensive orchards and introduction of modern irrigation systems, compensating up to 50% of the costs. A pilot program of the agricultural insurance mechanism was introduced in Armenia, within the framework of which a number of crops are insured against frost, drought, hail, and fire. The government subsidizes the insurance premiums and partially shares the insurance risk by providing compensation. However, national efforts to cope with the impact of climate change are not enough, and Armenia, as a member of Loss and Damage Fund Board under the Unfccc, strives to ensure that the developing countries, especially the LDCs and the CIDS, can rely on the vital resources of the fund to cope with the immediate impact of climate change and slow onset events such as desertification and drought. This becomes especially vital in the face of recent climate finance goals adopted under the Paris Agreement, which are far from meeting the needs and expectations of developing countries. To fully exploit the synergies between the three Rio Conventions, we need to take a holistic approach to policy development, implementation, and monitoring. This includes promoting multilateral partnerships, knowledge sharing, and from this perspective, Armenia is honored by the trust of the international community to host the Biodiversity COP17 in 2026. We are committed to lead COP17 in an inclusive, transparent, and cooperative manner. And taking this opportunity, I would like to invite all delegations to the Biodiversity COP17 in Armenia to jointly make progress on global biodiversity preservations and sustainable use of natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Armenia. Now I give the floor to South Africa, followed by Algeria and Colombia. So, South Africa, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. As South Africa is taking the floor for the first time, let us congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this COP16. Co-chairs, investing in land restoration and drought resilience is a lifetime inheritance we can give to generations to come. Healthy land represents thriving human livelihoods and ecosystem services such as water and food security, while ensuring resilience of affected ecosystems and population. Drought and land degradation is a life and death to the most affected and vulnerable population. It is concerning that the same land that is an essential life support of our day-to-day existence continues to receive less attention and investment, and yet we all know that there is no second planet. In South Africa, the government is spending substantial resources to tackle land degradation through the Working For programs. Under the umbrella program of Working on Land, the focus is on restoration and rehabilitation of degraded ecosystems such as wetlands, strategic water source areas, agricultural land, and also rangeland management, while contributing to poverty alleviation, climate change mitigation and adaptation, halting biodiversity loss, green job creations, and provision of food and water security, amongst others. Through rehabilitation, conservation, and restoration activities, these interventions, they contribute to the country's economy and sustaining land for agricultural production, also through the land care program. We are spending on average $140 million per annum of own domestic resources to address land degradation. Excellencies, land degradation and drought is a fundamental risk to the public sector and to the private sector, both at planning and operational level. However, we still see less and inadequate investment flows from both public and private sector in land restoration and drought management. What is required is strong political will. Honorable ministers, it is also important to harness synergies in project development financing for the purposes of the objectives of the Rio Conventions and other relevant MEAs. In this regard, we welcome all resource mobilization initiatives that address or contribute to land restoration. However, this is not enough, and what is required are reforms of the international financial architecture to meet the needs of developing countries. In conclusion, as land is central to development, South Africa is part of the presidency of the G20, which is launched by His Excellency President Ramaphosa today, has identified sustainable land management as one of the key priorities for our presidency in 2025. I thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Now I give the floor to Algeria, followed by Colombia. Please, Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful, may God be with you. Today, the mobilization of financing for land restorations and drought resilience are of capital importance when it comes to facing the challenges and protecting the ecosystems long term. Private sector and investments take a key role in the projects that allow for the land restoration and for us to adapt to drought. It is important that we bear in mind the Rio principles from 1992 when we addressed financing. The principle of shared but differentiated responsibility is important, and the wealthy countries should contribute sufficiently to the different means of financing, as well as helping to ensure that countries can restore their lands, and so that countries can consolidate drought resilience. Today, the private sector is a pioneer in, or rather the public sector is a pioneer in freeing up resources for investing in land restoration. This is important, for example, in its tax incentives and matching funds for ecosystem money, working with other sectors such as the agricultural sector and the forestry sector, among others, to contribute to these initiatives and to strengthen land restoration and drought resilience. Multilateral organizations, as well as relevant funds such as the GEF and the World Bank, must also provide financing needed and assistance necessary for land restoration and drought resilience. The International Development Bank also plays a key role in financing sustainable land management. The financing from the public sector should also play a key role. This should allow for an expanding of restoration projects, land restoration projects, that is. The private sector can also bolster further drought resilience. Companies can work in the agricultural sector and the forestry sector, as well as in the infrastructure sectors, to invest in projects that will help to achieve the sustainable development goals. The public and private sectors, or rather the public sector can work with the private sector on joint projects for land restoration, and they can combine this with private sector expertise and private sector capital in order to further develop these initiatives. Algeria is seeking to unblock public sector funds for the strengthening of drought resilience. This requires innovative tools to bring different stakeholders into the fold. These mechanisms can allow for us to redouble our efforts to restore land and increase our drought resiliency, allowing us also to ensure environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, dear participants. Thank you for your interventions. We really kindly ask you to follow the time limit, because we would like to really give the opportunity all registered and requested countries. We have very limited time left. Now I would like to give the floor to Colombia, followed by Sudan. Please, Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Colombia, as a mega-diverse country, is facing meaningful challenges when it comes to restoring lands and bringing drought resilience. We recognize that one of the primary challenges is in aligning public and private sector action in order to ensure a sustainable use of land. This requires the strengthening of governance. This drives transition to sustainability, particularly in key industries that transform land use and ocean. We would like to underscore the importance of using hybrid financing mechanisms. This integrates climate change with debt alleviation. Colombia, together with Kenya, France, and Germany, are leading the Global Experts Review. This is an initiative that analyzes the impact of sovereign debt on climate action and conservation. For countries with market access such as ours, we propose innovative alternatives that these increase climate ambition without complementing fiscal sustainability. Among these options, we see bonds linked to environmental results and the pawning off of assets to finance strategic projects. In our case, these projects are part of our climate action portfolio and socio-environmental and fair energy transition. This is a roadmap that has allowed for Colombia to transform to an economy that is low in carbon, it is resilient, it is biodiverse, and it is prepared to tackle the challenges of desertification and land degradation. Colombia recognizes that the environmental crisis that we face is complex and interconnected. The impacts of desertification affect not just ecosystems, they also affect the most vulnerable communities. It is essential then that we bolster cooperation and leverage synergy between the three Rio Conventions. We must create a financing strategy that fosters the mobilization of resources from all sources, this to support projects and programs on the national level. These reflect further cooperation and articulation between and among them. For Colombia, it is important that these financing strategies promote existing synergies in national programs. They should link together concrete actions of climate agendas, biodiversity, and desertification. We call upon multilateral organizations, financial institutions, the private sector, and civil society to join hands in building these global strategies aimed at bringing about sustainable financing mechanisms that are concrete and that permit for more efficient and effective use of resources, as well as supporting more directly communities, women, the youth, strengthening our capacity and bringing about investments in our lands. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thanks so much, Colombia, for your timely finishing the statement. So now I would like to give the floor to Sudan, followed by Suriname and Islamic Republic of Iran. So Sudan, you have the floor, please. Sudan, please.
On behalf of God, the merciful, the compassionate, we can speak of financing problems. Today, we lack a clear mechanism that would allow for us to finance the different programs that we need. Public subsidies and money from international organizations. The financing of programs in the countries of the third world are generally linked to political changes. We are suffering environmentally currently. Financing should be the result of needs in different countries. It is important that we fill gaps so that sustainable development can be attained. We must bear in mind that some countries are besieged by war. War further worsens the problems, and drought worsens problems with land. War often makes us dependent on organizations that are helping to fight drought. It's important that financing can address capacity building. Financing should also cover technology transfer. It is in this way that our communities can benefit. It is also important that we raise awareness on the environment among our inhabitants, to include inhabitants in areas where land has been degraded. We must raise awareness regarding best practices that can be adapted to the land degradation needs. We must ensure the ongoing development and management of these lands. Today, we face significant challenges. We must be able to ensure cooperation between different sectors. Forestry, agriculture, the environment, water. It is necessary to do so for us to find solutions to these problems. There are mega projects that are having an impact on land degradation. I am speaking, for example, of the large-scale hydroelectric dams. They